A woman tried to break into my car yesterday to rescue my dog from 60-degree weather. Anyone else have stories of idiotic vigilantes? I took my dog to the park one day and had brought her treats, water, toys, etc. After the park, I went into Verizon Wireless to get my upgraded phone that I had pre-ordered a few days before. I cracked my windows and it was the fall, so it was around 65 to 70 degrees. I was in there for 15 minutes because the person helping me was setting up my phone. All of a sudden we heard a loud chatter and a car alarm. I looked outside and a woman had broken into my car. I ran outside saying, "What the hell are you doing, you crazy bitch?" And she said, "Your dog hot. You leave her in here too long, so I take her. You bad owner." She attempted grabbing my dog and my dog bit her. She was 1 at the time and she's a boxer. She never attacks anyone, but this woman had dragged her on my seats and there was glass everywhere. She called the police demanding that I be fined and that my dog gets put to sleep. The officers arrested the woman and made her pay thousands of dollars in fines, repairs and my dog's vet bill. I hate people that assume that leaving your dog in the car means you're a bad owner. My dog loves me. I take care of her and she's my best friend. I would never put her in a situation where she would be hurt because of my actions. TLDR, left dog in car for 15 minutes in nice weather. Woman breaks window, dog attacks her, and she tried to get my dog put to sleep. Edit. I will be posting a picture of myself and my dog after work. I apologize to those asking for a picture of my dog and me taking a while. I can't upload on my phone. Thanks everyone. Edit. This is my dog Lucy. http://imga.com/p06c3.jpg. Edit. To answer everyone's main concern, the womanization. Edit. Also my dog is full boxer. I promise. I was house/dog sitting one summer a couple of years ago. It was an admittedly hot day, but the dogs were anxious to go outside, so I decided they could go outside and play and piss in the yard for about 30 minutes before they needed to come back in. They were a pair of 2 poorly trained hound mixes and would bark at just about anything that offered interaction. After about 15 minutes I hear them barking much more than usual, and I come out and there is some lady shouting at the dogs from the side of the lawn, getting them all kinds of riled up. I ask her what the hell she's doing, and she starts going off about how she's going to call the animal warden and how I'm torturing these dogs. Look at how they're barking and howling like they're in pain, she says. She's dancing around in front of the dogs, taunting them and shouting at them, and then she has the audacity to tell me that these dogs are barking because they want to come inside. I also don't think my town had an animal warden, and if we did, I don't think he/she would give 2 fucks. I worked at an ice cream parlor a while back, and we made our own ice cream, waffle cones, chocolates, fudge, etc. Well, one day I'm making the waffle cones and I wasn't being careful. When I went to take a cone off the iron, the top of the iron fell on the top of my hand. I got a pretty good waffle-shaped burn from it. No biggie, I got it taken care of, but I had a pretty good waffle pattern on my hand for a long time after that point, probably a month after it happened. I had a couple come in who saw my burn while I was giving them their ice cream. They were super concerned about it, and I told them it was nothing, just carelessness on my part. They wouldn't let it go, and were convinced that I was being abused in the workplace. They wrote out all sorts of information for me, an abuse hotline, website, etc., and gave it to me before they left. They came in a couple more times and checked up on me. Just strange that they wouldn't accept that the burn wasn't intentional. When I was 15, I was vacationing with my family near the Ocean City Boardwalk. For those who don't know, it's basically a mile or two of stores, restaurants, and arcades positioned on a wooden walkway near the beach. Anyway, one day I'm on the boardwalk by myself, going to arcades, enjoying myself, when I accidentally drop my driver's permit down the cracks of the boardwalk. Not wanting to lose it, I head on down below the boardwalk. It's about 3 feet above the beach, and really easy to get under, and retrieved my card. As I exited, there was this guy standing near where I came out and accused me of stealing someone's credit card. I told him it was my driver's permit, showed it to him, and walked off. To about an hour later, when I'm back at the rental house, when the police knock on the door. They told me they were called about someone stealing a credit card. I explained the story, showed them my permit, and they laughed and walked off. Apparently, the guy followed me for another 30 minutes on the boardwalk, a 15-year-old, through arcades, and then half a mile back to the house. Just so he could call the cops on me. It both pissed me off to no ends and creeped me out knowing someone could stalk me that long without me noticing. TLDR, guy thinks I stole a credit card. When I was retrieving my driver's permit, I show him the permit. He apparently stalks me for a good while, follows me back to my house, and calls the cops on me. Edited, because I queued a queue. When I was a toddler, my mom, who was pregnant at the time, would tie me to the clothesline with a lead. Think like a dog run. I could run back and forth along the clothesline, as far as the lead would allow me. The neighbor lady always scolded my mother for doing this, saying it was cruel to treat me like a dog. I honestly don't even remember it, so I doubt it was very traumatic. My mom replied that she was 9 months pregnant with my brother, and having me kept within a certain radius made it much easier for her to keep an eye on me. So, my mom was keeping an eye on me playing in the backyard one day, and the lady came over to yell at her about it again. Crazy neighbor lady ending up untying me. I took off, running straight into the middle of an extremely busy street, my pregnant mother screaming and running after me to catch me. I could have been killed, because some stupid lady thought that having me tied to a clothesline was too cruel, but didn't bother to consider that maybe a 2-year-old near a busy street should be restrained somehow. Honestly, crazy lady, wherever you are, you did me no favors that day. Good thing you drove off. I had a more or less similar situation, and I didn't drive off. Was at Walmart, and girlfriend and I were arguing. Okay, we were screaming at each other in the car. She moves to get out of the car, and I say something along the lines of stop. This is dumb. It's not worth losing you over, and gave her a hug. Some putz with bad eyesight saw it, and thought I punched her. He calls his 2 buddies in the store, and tells them his version. They come out, just as the cops get there. I tell my side, she tells the same story, and these 3 dickbags tell their fake story. I went to jail for the night, and couldn't go home for a week, because I had given my girlfriend a hug in public. When the case went to court, the DA took one look at the evidence, then called the cop a goddamn time wasting moron that couldn't be pissed to look at the faking tape, and threw the case out. The cop hadn't even bothered to look at the security camera. My first dog was actually abducted from my front yard by a vigilante. So, I live kind of out in the country and we have a big yard. We never put our dog on a leash, because she doesn't like them, and we don't need to put her on one. Well, one day we couldn't find our dog and she never wanders away. After searching for a while we get a call from the local humane society saying someone has brought in our dog. My dad goes down there and asks who brought our dog there. Apparently some guy saw our dog in the front lawn and decided she wasn't safe, so he took her. She was a friendly dog that loved car rides, so of course she went with him. When bringing her in, the guy used his belt as a makeshift leash and my dog bit right through it, as well as one of the leashes at the Humane Society. The lady at the Humane Society tells my dad that he needs to have a leash to take his dog home, and that he will have to pay for the belt and the leash. My dad informs her that the guy has stolen his dog, and he is lucky he doesn't press charges. They release our dog without a leash, and she happily climbs in my dad's truck and they go home. TL. Dr. Summerhole stole my dog and had his belt chewed through. As a 12-year-old, I was generally independent and would wander away from my parents in stores, generally stores like Walmart, to go look at things I was interested in, namely books and CDs. One day while browsing the pop/rock CD selection in the entertainment area, I had a massive, fat and tall woman come up to me, screech at me asking me where my parents were. And when I shrugged to indicate that I didn't know, she grabbed my wrist and started to tug me towards what I hope was the customer service section. Thankfully my parents were nearby in the toy aisles with my little sisters and were coming up to collect me. When they saw this charming tableau, they took me back, yelled something at this batshit crazy lady about not grabbing other people's kids, and we left as soon as we could. I guess she would have been justified if I were like 6, but I was 12 and a tall 12-year-old. I was obviously old enough to go look at some CDs. TLDR, don't try to police other people's kids. Edit. I'm getting accused of racism for mention that the woman was black. She was black. It's just a fact. She was also crazy, which is another fact. Point. Edit. I have removed the word black from my description. I parked my car in a lot on a cloudy day, probably 60 degrees or so, and ran in to get a coffee. I was in and out in about 3 minutes, and had left my dog in the car with one window wide open. He was sleeping on the back seat. Point. I come out to find a group of women clustered around my car, haranguing and clucking about the poor dog, who was now awake and likely wondering who the fuck all these people were. I walked in between two of the women and headed for the driver's door without saying a word. I heard them exclaiming as I walked up how on earth anyone could leave a dog unattended in a car, so I decided to pretend nothing was happening and act completely natural. One of the women stands in front of my car door as I attempt to open it and asks me if I was on something. She was standing quite close to me, so I tried to laugh as loudly and directly in her face as I could. She was yammering about animal cruelty and how her husband could tell me a thing or two about treating animals with respect, and while I was in the store for 30 minutes, she was out here saving my dog from his nap, I suppose. I refused to say anything except to ask her to please move so I could get into my car. She kept asking me if I was on something, and the whole thing deteriorated into this group of women circling around me making a series of wildly escalating claims about who I was, what I was on, and whether that was even my dog, because, they argued, he didn't seem to know me. At this point, other shoppers were joining this faking mob of seething window lickers that had focused its vigorous stupidity on me. I realized that if I didn't say something, they were probably going to call the police or something. I hadn't said anything other than please allow me to get into my car, and these people, these mob mentality fakers, were whipping themselves into this self-righteous frenzy. Point. Finally, this one woman hollered for them to stop and let me talk. I explained to them that I had gone in to get coffee and was gone for 2, maybe 3 minutes. In fact, they had spent more time yelling at me than I had actually been gone. That infuriated them even more, but the one lady blocking my door moved away, and I hopped in my car and drove away through the lot. Point. All of the employees of all of the stores in this little plaza were all looking and pointing and laughing at the whole thing. One of my friends texted me a little later and asked me what the fuck was going on in the parking lot earlier. Apparently, he had driven by and saw me surrounded by this mob of angry, finger-wagging, middle-aged women, but he was quite stoned and figured it wasn't the right place to be. Point. The whole thing was surreal. By not responding and or engaging these women, I was able to really take in what was going on and soak up their behavior. The whole thing developed into this weird, loud, cartoonish episode of overly tanned faces, gaudy jewelry and knockoff handbags. My dog went back to sleep halfway through the whole ordeal. I don't think he remembers a thing. Point. Edit. Line breaks. We have 2 horses that can be seen from the walking path in the park behind my house when they are out in the field. Someone called Aspka on us for a downed horse. I pointy a horse that cannot get up / move because it's sick or injured or whatever. Aspka lady comes to my house. I wasn't home at this time, and my dad answers the door, asks if he knew he had a downed horse in the back. Dad briefly panics before remembering it's 8:30 in the morning and they haven't been turned out yet. Best we can figure, whoever called was looking at the manure pile. Point. Edit. To add story I just remembered, lots of riders, especially those who ride English, ride with a small crop or sometime a dressage whip, depending on what style you are in. Obviously there is a difference between needlessly smacking your horse over the head with it and using it properly as a riding aid, but some people see the crop and think, oh my god, abuse. No matter what. Point. I was at a horse show and a lady flipped her sheet on me. She had been standing on the side of the ring taking pictures and muttering angrily under her breath. So, at the time I was around 15ish, I asked her what she was doing. She started on about all the blatant horse abuse and me being stupid, should have just walked away, before trying to reason with a crazy lady. Told her she was wrong and the riding crops aren't abuse for just tapping your horse with them. She flipped out and started yelling that I was a horse abuser, that I was brainwashed into thinking they can't feel pain, and all horses should be free and not kept by humans, plus a bunch of other crazy shit points. She got escorted off the grounds for frightening the horses in the ring. TLDR, concerned person thinks horse is a pup. Someone else thinks all horse owners are terrible people. I cannot tell you how many times I have had lifeguards try to rescue me while out surfing. I have been surfing for 25 years, often at one specific spot. They know me. I'm very experienced. I can swim better than the vast majority of them. Why do they keep trying? Maybe to look cool in front of girls on the beach during the summer saving lives. I love what lifeguards try to do and oftentimes are doing. But dude, paddling out on your 15 feet red board with floaters and having me paddle away from you twice as fast on a 6-foot board is pretty embarrassing for you in my eyes. Or when you save me only for me to get to the beach, stand up, yell I'm not faking drowning, grab my board, and paddle to the exact same spot I was sitting. That doesn't make you look noble. Stop faking with me and get the swimmers out of the surfing area. I stay out of the black bull run turd eat. I expected to get buried, so I didn't before, but I feel I should clarify. I do not think lifeguards are stupid, and I know they have specific training on what to do. A few just seem a little overzealous to make us safe, when the focus should be more on the black bull zone than the surfing area. Reverse situation. My dad was a vigilante who got attacked by a complete idiot car owner. There was a huge fire in an abandoned house, and 3 huge, 60 feet high, eucalyptus trees in front caught fire as well. We had alerted the fire brigade, but they were still nowhere in sight, and out of the 5 cars parked directly in front of the eucalyptus trees, only 4 were moved by the owners. By the time the fire was starting to look like it would start producing humongous falling fiery branches, my dad decided enough was enough, took initiative and a rock, broke the driver's side window, opened the door, released the handbrake, and we all rolled the car to safety. 5 minutes after we rolled the unmanned car about 40 feet away from the raging fire, out comes the owner from her nearby house, a woman in her 40s. In an even bigger rage, she demanded to know why he broke the window, and after some time passed, and we were sure she wasn't joking, we showed her the branches that had been falling continuously where she had parked the car. The smallest one was the size of a baseball bat. The largest one took 2 fully grown men to carry off the road after the fire was put out. If we hadn't moved the car it would be ruined at the least, and possibly exploded, as the fire brigade later agreed. She, however, failed to understand how that involved her car, and how the falling branches would burn and or explode it into oblivion. We had to go to court to explain why she was an idiot and we shouldn't pay for the broken window. We got justified, but the trial took a work day off my dad's paycheck. One would guess insurance would cover the costs, but she didn't want to call them. No good deed goes unpunished, I guess. TLDR, dad saved car from exploding in flames, got sued instead of thanked. Well, to start off, I used to volunteer quite a bit at my local humane society. While volunteering one day someone came in to drop off a large male boxer with a large tumor hanging from his groin, several smaller tumors on his body, giant pus-filled abscesses between his toes and patches of fur missing due to what I later found out was a thyroid problem. Also, he was severely overweight and looked like he hadn't seen the outside of a kennel in years. The HS worker took one look at the dog after sign-in and decided he should be put down in a few days. I've always had a soft spot for large galooti dogs, so I figured I'd foster him until I could find a rescue or vet charitable enough to help him. So, I took him home. And that spurred 3 whole weeks of ridicule, which is how long it took me to find a vet who would treat him, from countless passerbys who shouted profanity, insults and even racist remarks hurled at me just for trying to walk him, even though I was clearly wearing a HS volunteer badge. Now, I understand why people would assume that this animal was being abused/neglected, but the amount of verbal abuse I endured was almost unbearable. Every time I put his leash on I had to mentally prepare myself for confrontation and hope that it didn't become physical, because the sight of this dog made people seriously pissed. I heard, "Take care of that dog, you stupid bitch. yelled at me from quite a few cars, got honked at incessantly in my favorites. Why don't you people ever take your dogs to the vet? And of course, stupid ninja, hope you go to jail. There was only one time where one of the hecklers actually stopped telling me how terrible I was to listen to my side of the story. And after I told it, they questioned the validity of my volunteer badge and wouldn't take my story as truth until many of the people at the dog park confirmed it. I took a lot of abuse just for helping that dog, but it was worth it. I eventually adopted him, and he gave me 5 of the best years of my life. Miss you, Brock. Not really a vigilante, but something of the sort happened to me when I was younger and at an airport. I was probably about 13 or so, and I was waiting with my family in the waiting area before you board the plane. There was a guy in the army with his uniform on waiting near us, and this older lady who was listening to him intently. I was close enough to hear him and her talk, but wasn't really listening. Anyway, as my dad called me over to him, this lady grabbed my arm, wouldn't let go, and demanded that I stay and listen to this army guy talk, and about how I should thank him for his service, and how I should be respectful and listen. My dad saw this, and came over, and told her to let me go. She did, but then tried to argue with him about how I need to have respect for the military and all that. He told her that as my dad, he'll take care of my values and to leave me alone. It freaked me out a bit, as she seemed like she was kind of out of her mind. I guess I should make clear that I wasn't like bashing the guy for being in the army or anything, just minding my own business. I have 2 incidents that come to mind. Both revolve around soft drinks. I was about 14. I had bought a can of Diet Sprite from a shop in my town because it was half price and I like Diet Sprite. I just so happened to end up in the supermarket across the street. It's a lot bigger, and I was picking up a couple of things for a movie night I was having with my friends whilst drinking from my can. So I'm holding a basket with Pringles and cookies in it, and drinking from the can, when some woman twice my age came up to me and smacked the can out of my hand. I said, "What the fuck?" And she started screaming, "Thief, he's a thief." Security, security guard and an employee of the store come over as I'm standing there in shock, really, and holding my nose up, which had been caught by the ring of the Diet Sprite can and was bleeding. She told the guard I was a thief, and I was being a brazen piece of shit about it too. I told them that I had bought the drink from across the road because it was cheaper than buying it there, and showed them the receipt. They took me and the woman to the manager's office. There, the manager got me looked over by a first aider in the store and spoke to us both. She spoke to the crazy lady first, took her account of events, and then spoke to me, where I showed her the receipt. The crazy woman was shaking her head and scoffing at my proof, and then the manager stood up and said, "I'm sorry, young man, for what has happened. If you go to the front of the store, I've instructed one of the people in the store to help you finish your shopping, and you won't have to pay for it." She then asked me if I wanted to phone the police to complain about this woman basically assaulting me, a minor, and I declined, saying it was okay. I was prepared to say I was probably at fault for drinking my drink in the supermarket, but the crazy beach was being such a douche in the office, I just said nah. The manager proceeded to ban her from her store. About a year later, I done my work experience in the same store as the manager had struck up a friendship with my mum. She called my mum after it happened to pick me up, and I actually worked in that same supermarket later on too for a couple of years. I occasionally see the crazy woman in the town center I live, but I don't think she recognizes me. I got on the bus with a can of Relentless, unopened, and this woman with a couple of kids shouted at the driver to not let me on because I was drinking alcohol in front of her kids. Relentless is a fruit energy drink. I showed the driver label, and he drove on. The woman sat down with her mouth shut with one of those. I was right to say something regardless of the fact I faked up faces. Here's a story on the right way to do things concerning rescuing dogs. At my restaurant, we noticed a commotion on the other side of the street. One of our hosts went to go check it out, and apparently there was a dog in the car. The meter had 18 minutes left on it, so assuming they had the maximum time, 3 hours, the dog had been in there for a while. I went to check it out, and there was a lady who said we should smash the window and take the dog. To be fair, the dog looked miserable. It was 97 degrees out and super humid. This was right in the middle of the recent East Coast heat wave. Someone else said they had seen the couple who owned the car go into my restaurant. I asked for a description and went and looked for them myself. I found what table they were at and let them know that their dog didn't look like it was doing so well. The man at the table told me that I should mind my own business. I went and checked the seating software and found that the table had been seated for 2.5 hours. The cops were called. The dog was taken and the couple fined. Haven't seen them since. Our old horse died a few years ago. Obviously you can't just bury a 17-hand horse in the backyard, so we called up the renderer. He said he'd be around in about 3 days to pick her up. It's only one guy who serves the tri-state area, so 3 days is quick. Since she lay down in the pasture to die, we simply covered her with a piece of tarp and used some stones to weigh it down. A few hours later, our neighbor came over yelling at us that our dead horse smelled atrocious and was going to give her children nightmares. It was October, she wasn't rotting in 100+ weather. And where she had died was in a place that you could only see from our side of the road. The lady lived 2 houses away across the street. How the hell were her kids going to see it unless they were on our property? She called the police. Turns out it was the sheriff, or whatever his title is, that answered. After confirming that she did not smell, he asked if we had called the renderer. We told him that he'd pick her up in 3 days. He turned to the lady and said sometimes it takes 3 weeks. Go home. There is a fast food fish restaurant near me that serves Japanese food. Yakisobas, teriyaki bowls, etc. Takes about 5 minutes to get your food if you order it there, or 1 minute if you call in ahead and pay. You get the picture. It's in a little shopping complex next to a karate dojo, etc. So here I am, in Tucson, in February, faking beautiful outside. 70F. A guy pulls up in his Rover, windows cracked 1 inch or so, and runs inside to get his food he had called in. His baby is asleep in a child seat in the back seat. It's not done cooking, so he pays. It's been about a minimum or so. A crowd begins to gather around his car. They start shaking his car at 1:30 minimum after he comes in, and at the same time a woman comes in and yells, like legit yells, "Whoever the asshole is that owns the Roves needs to get out here now. Your baby is dying." Whoa, okay. The father sprints out. People out there are yelling at him. One guy is, and I shit you not, trying to punch his way through the back glass window to get into the guy's Rover to the baby. This guy's also wearing the uniform for the aforementioned karate dojo. The guy runs out, sees his baby crying. At this point, in the backseat in his baby seat, my friends and I had walked out there too at this point. So, the driver flips, tells everyone to get away from his car, to stop yelling, "It's making the baby cry," etc. One lady then says the cops are on the way, and he better not move. He reaches inside, gets his baby, sees the baby is in no way dying, just now very upset at all the commotion. 3 minutes have now passed since he parked and walked inside. So anyways, we go inside, expecting him to leave, cause why the fuck wouldn't you, but he waits. I didn't think about it at the time, but they had given his license plate to the cops. The cops come, the people outside, 5 or 6 of them, mob the cop. Tell him the dad had been inside for 40 minutes and hadn't checked on his baby, so they came out to help. The baby looked like he was in danger, so they had to try to break the glass, etc. We, my friends and I, the owner of the restaurant, the dad, and 2 other groups of people in the restaurant, go outside, tell them cop what actually happened. The father is issued a warning, the cop leaves, and then, right before the father leaves, the woman who had come inside yelling, gives lip to the father. The father puts his kid down, calmly turns around, and tells her, if he ever sees her making his child cry again he will call the cops on her. Really, he was calm, him not being biased here. The karate guy then puffs up his chest, and tells the dad to fuck off, before I kick your ass, and that he doesn't deserve to be a father. The father drives away, and 2 very shitty people, as well as about 4 other misguided people, feel like they served justice today. Blew me away at the time. My sister owns an older Arabian stallion horse. At the time, she was living on a dead-end road, on a large property in an area of our city, where there were several other horse owners, and it was a nice, private location with plenty of room to exercise the horse. One day my sister and I arrive at her house, after doing errands to find a woman she has never seen, before standing over by the horse petting it. My sister asks the woman if she can help her with anything, and the woman informs her she has called animal control, and launches into a tirade about the horse being underfed, and that my sister is a horrible person and the horse needs to be taken away. Right about then, animal control arrives to assess the situation and the horse's condition, only to leave shortly thereafter, because the complaint had been unwarranted. The horse is fine. The woman gets huffy and leaves. We left the house again, and come back to see that the woman has returned. She has dumped literally bags of apples into the horse's corral, and starts going on again about how the horse is underfed. My sister tells her to leave and that, if she comes back she is calling the cops. Feeding a horse a few apples is fine. Stuffing them to the brim with apples cause colic which can be fatal to the horse. In this case, the horse did actually develop colic, and had to be treated by a veterinarian. The woman clearly knew nothing about horses, and the only logical conclusion I could come up with is that her ignorance led her to believe that all horses look the same, and did not take into account the smaller, slighter frame of the breed. Or she was just crazy. Just happened this weekend. My wife is 6 months pregnant. I have a cracked rib, so naturally we decided to go to Lowe's and purchase a metric fact ton of tile. I'm pulling with all I can, right up against my pain threshold. My wife sees me struggling, and gives the cart a little extra tug. Nothing much, just enough to keep the MO. We make it to the checkout and the cashier flips. She throws her hands up, starts shouting at me, and tells everyone in earshot that we are putting the unborn child at risk. I quietly explain. Broken rib. I'm doing all the pulling, she's just helping me with a gentle tug. Ignored. The lady throws her hands up in my face and says to my socially quiet wife, "You don't mind me speaking up for the health of your unborn child, do you?" Silence. Complete silence. The cashier takes this as affirmation and continues to berate me for jeopardizing the fetus health. I again tell her that I have a cracked rib and we were unable to find anyone in the store to help us with the load. Beach did not care and did not offer any help. She continued to lecture me, then talk about me to the next customer as I left. I can't begin to tell you how small and cheaty I felt. Edit. Thank you. All of you. Normally I would confront people like this, but for some reason I felt castrated, castigated, maybe both. Still, venting helped. I will go back again, bring the receipt, and ask for a manager. I'm a bit late on the uptake, so this will likely be buried. My friend, a multiple dog owner, unfortunately had one of her dogs, Daisy, escape the yard and go missing. This happened shortly after returning from the dog groomer, so Daisy did not have her collar and tags on yet. Her and her family quickly set out looking for Daisy, putting up flyers offering a huge reward. It was only later that day when they received a call from an older man whose granddaughter had found Daisy. He said that anyone who lost their dog wasn't fit to care for one, and that he would keep Daisy for himself. She was crying, just begging for her dog back, offering the reward, but he refused. He called from a blocked number, so she had no way of finding the old man. Daisy was very well cared for and treated wonderfully by my friend and her family. One accident happened and she was lost forever. Almost 2 years passed and the old man, who had saved my friend's phone number, called her again. Not with a change of heart or any remorse, but just to let her know that he still had her dog and she was doing fine. As if she wanted that reminder. She hasn't heard from him since. Not really an idiot, but nonetheless it was hilarious. I was smoking a pork shoulder on my BBQ. I went inside to let it do its thing when a little while later a bearded man burst into my house. He was wearing cut-off jean shorts, a muscle tank top from the 80s and rain boots. His head reminded me of a beach boy, that bearded 50-year-old look. He shouts, "Your house is on fire." I, of course, jump up and run outside thinking something must be wrong. I open the BBQ, and it's smoking away, nothing wrong. He followed me into the backyard, and I told him everything was cool, I was just smoking some meat. There was like a small crowd outside the backyard gate. Must have been his family or something. I thanked him for his concern, and my stupid brain kept telling me ask him what he is wearing. I never did though. The guy just leaves without saying much and calls off the crowd. I never saw him again, but I still have laughing fits when my wife reminds me of the time the old man in Jane cutoffs and rain boots bust through the door to save us. It was good on him to check. He wasn't an idiot, just dressed like one. Faking old cunt of an ex-next door neighbor called the cops on us 8+ times for having a chop shop. This occurred each time I changed my wife's or my oil in my driveway. No air tools, nothing, simply having a car jacked up and a hood opened. Called the fire department saying we were burning pallets in our backyard, which she couldn't see from her house. FD shows up, laughed at my hibachi, asked them if they wanted some hot dogs and beer. They took some hot dogs, but they couldn't drink on the clock. She came into my backyard at 10 AM on a Saturday to yell at me that I had woken her up and that her husband was sick and that I should be ashamed of mowing my lawn so early. She also phoned in more than 30 noise complaints due to parties. Only twice were there people over. Once was just a friend and my father had stopped by. The final time we spoke was on a Friday at a little past 7:30 PM. I was in my driveway talking to a friend who had stopped by and was sitting in his car about to leave when she popped her head out of her window and started screaming at us to keep it down or she would call the police. I had finally had it and flew off the handle calling her every name in the book and threw my water bottle at her window. Never once did she ask that we keep it down. Never once did she attempt to be cordial. Nothing. Just a mean old beach. Couldn't be happier to have moved. I was house/cat sitting for friend. The cat stayed out all day and then in the evening I would call for him and he'd come in for dinner. A very good cat. Well, one afternoon I ran outside because I heard a cat howling and hissing and a lady yelling and I find the neighbor trying to beat the shit out of my friend's cat with a water bottle. I say, "What are you doing?" She says, "Your cat is fighting with my cat and I'm trying to stop it." So I tell her she needs to stop hitting my cat and leave him alone. She yells that if she doesn't stop them, my cat will kill her cat. I say, "Maybe your cat shouldn't be an outside cat." To which she replies, "My cat is fine outside. He can take care of himself." So I said, "Then let him." She sputtered a bunch and then said, "Well, your cat doesn't belong outside because you can call for it and it comes." She then called for her cat and it followed her inside. She was so crazy. The next day she came over to offer me an apology on the condition that I apologize to her for defending my cat. I told her that I didn't need her apology. I have a similar story. It involves my 1-year-old. My sister was visiting from out of state and one day she, my 1-year-old, and I went to the park. On the way back home I stopped by Kohl's to do a return. Since I was going to be just doing the return and not shopping, my sister stayed with the baby in the car while I ran inside. My sister was sitting in the back to be by the baby and I left the car going with the Ack since it was hot and the parking lot was blacktop. So they were just listening to Winnie the Pooh songs and playing. It took me about 10 to 15 minutes and when I got back my sister said something crazy just happened. Apparently, while they were nice and cool and playing inside the car, a woman walked by and called the police. She said there was a baby left alone in the backseat of the car. The police came, and while the woman was pointing out my car to the officer, my sister happened to need to grab something from her purse in the front seat and she opened the door and stood up and opened the front door and grabbed her purse. She heard a woman gasp and say, "Oh my god, she was in there the whole time," and then a man say, "Ma'am, have you been inside the car this whole time?" She looked around and the cop and lady were just staring at her. Still not knowing what was going on, she slowly said, "Yes." The woman quickly exited and then the cop explained what took place. Before leaving he said, "You know, if you're going to call the police over a baby left in a car alone, you might want to make sure the baby's alone," and rolled his eyes. I'm still not sure how she never saw my sister, but noticed her baby. She was sitting right beside her. Edit, grandma. Also want to note I can completely understand the worry and calling the police when she thought the baby was alone. I remember just a day or two earlier there had just been a horrible story of another baby dying after the parent forgot him in the car. So I understand why she did it. Just get close enough to confirm it is a baby, and it is alone is all I would advise. Oh man, why do I always come to these things late? So, by memory, I'm thinking it was around 1984, winter, and my mother leaves me in the car, one of the finest Chevy Novas to ever grace this earth, if you must know, to go into the dry cleaners. I'm 6 years old at the time, wearing an absurdly puffy coat, and it's still pretty damned cold in the car. The cleaners was maybe a good 6 or 8 blocks from home, and the heat in that Nova was asthmatic at best. So there I am, minding my own business, and watching the snow, when out of freaking nowhere comes an insane pounding on my window, and 6-year-old me looks to my right to see what appeared to be an absurd banshee from hell, with a rictus of sheer lunacy shouting about something. I may have peed slightly. The pounding and the yelling continues, and I may have even had the hood of my ridiculous coat up, because I couldn't make out a word this lady was saying. I did the only thing that made sense in my first grade mind, reached out and pushed the door lock solidly down and retreated to the other side of the car. A little more yelling happens. Then finally my mother comes flying out of the cleaners in her full 5 feet 1 inch of righteous fury. Evidently the screaming banshee became somewhat lucid at that point, because they eventually ended up having a rather tense conversation, which culminated in my mother opening the door to the car and asking, "You know how to open the car door, right?" "Yes. And you could take your coat off if you wanted." I look at her like she's crazy. "Yes apostrophe and, if you wanted to, you could have walked the 8 feet to the door of the dry cleaners, and come in, and got me, if you needed anything." Yes. I'm 6, but I'm not a moron. A piercing glare, a slamming car door, and we are off to the next stop on our whirlwind errand tour with one very silent banshee standing in the parking lot, in the snow, watching us depart. I'm glad this occurred well before mobile phones, now that I think about it. Someone else's story reminded me of this. I haven't told this story on the internet before, and I don't think it's relevant, but I don't really care. My family started going to family therapy when my sister was 7 and I was 4. The place we went to was a tiny wee thing with basically 4 rooms in it. Therapy for kids, with more toys than I'd ever seen in my life at that point. Therapy for adults/couples, lobby/waiting area and a potty. Every room was small. My sister and I would often have our own sessions. Sometimes we'd go together, but I don't think we ever all went in as a family. We weren't there long enough for my dad to ever go. One of the toys that the kid room had was a Tupperware tub box thing, like for storing photographs or something, completely full of uncooked rice with a scoop in it. It was like 3 pounds of rice and a scoop. That's it. It was amazing. It was, hands down, the greatest toy I'd ever seen. The texture of the rice through my fingers and the way the scoop felt in my hands when I dug it into the rice was heavenly. It was the rice that caused us to never go to this particular therapist ever again. The therapist we saw was a young lady, fresh out of learning everything there is to know with little experience. We went there because it was in the same building my mom used to work in. My sister, according to my parents, was a pathological liar, and they wanted to see if it was anything to worry about. She lied about everything she possibly could, or if it was just her being a kid. So they took us to therapy. My sister was a focus, obviously, but they didn't want to make it seem like she was getting singled out. I had sessions too. Remember, I was 4. I don't remember my introduction to the rice, but it was probably my first time there, and I was captivated from the moment I touched it. It quickly became an obsession. My mom got sick of me asking about the stuff in the box the day after we had our introductory session. We had a few sessions after that, emphasis on a few, and each one went the same for me. I answered every question the lady asked of me, interrupting frequently to ask if I could play with the rice. She always said no and that there would be time later. Fine. I'll wait. But it's later now, so I'd better ask again. Still no? Okay, I'll wait. How about now? No? Okay. Such was the only stuff happening in my mind. The whole time I was focused on that rice. I never realized she was asking me questions. She quickly began to realize that there was something terribly wrong with me. No 4-year-old should be answering every single question in the affirmative, let alone in such a dreary tone of voice. She started asking me deeper questions. She stopped caring about my sister and focused solely on me. This was how our conversations went, more or less. Molly, how are you? Good. Riss, did anything fun happen today? Yes. Riss, what happened? I dunno. Tris, did something happen with your daddy? I saw daddy today. Say yes. Yes. Rice, did daddy touch you? Hugged? Daddy? Say yes. Yes. Riss, did daddy make you feel uncomfortable? Wah. Did daddy make you feel weird? Wah. Did he make you feel funny? Tickle. Fight with daddy? Say yes. Yes. Rice, how tickles your daddy? Tickles you? Yes. Jim, that Rice, and so on. She was convinced that I was traumatized and in shock, which was why I offered such small responses and why I never looked at her. She also knew that daddy was avoiding therapy because he's a child molester. She knew I'd been molested and was so absolutely certain that this was so that it colored the way she spoke to me. She informed my mom of what had obviously happened to me and told her to call the police on my dad immediately. It wasn't true in the slightest. I've never been molested. My mom said she was insane to her face, and we left. All I wanted to do was play with the faking Rice. I'm a dude. I was working at Victoria's Secret at the time, and I was doing all the go backs, restocking, and generally straightening the store. I had some pink paper bags filled with censors and clips in one, and uncensored items in others. That day, the store was messy. We had a collection of items that were uncensored, and I was running around organizing the store. I was periodically taking uncensored items, putting them in corresponding bags, and when I came to the appropriate section, I censor the item and meticulously arrange the panties or bras, or act in an aesthetically pleasing fashion as per limited brands policy. So, an hour into this particularly droll activity on a slow day, I noticed an older woman following me, eyeing me. When I would look at her, she would turn away or walk away. I would have asked her if she needed help, but with a combination of pretending I did not exist, my workload, and the other equally capable associates present, I did not point she would follow me until I was near the exit. In the corner, I was shuffling through the remaining items, popping censors on the seam. I had noticed that on a particular panty, the seam was unraveling, and I placed the item closer to my face. I began inspecting it, my two thumbs twiddling against the seam, to get a tensile extent of the damage. Then I felt an arm grab hold of me. The older woman had a grip on my bicep. She is now pulling me away from my work to my greeter. Call your manager. I've been following this pervert trying to steal and sniff panties. The greeter was taken aback, and was honestly confused. She looks at me, back at her, and all the items in my hand. She finally says, "Ma'am, he's the stock manager." I guess mine's kind of a reversed version. 2 summers ago we had a heat wave that was so humid you could basically drown by breathing outside for more than a couple seconds. It was 103 degrees. I pulled into Target to pick up my prescriptions, and I noticed a dog in a car, parked in a handicapped spot. Windows rolled up. Car was off, no people, nothing. So as I walked in, I calmed down and thought maybe the owner was picking up their recipe. The amount of time it would have taken to get in recipe would allow the car to stay cool until your return. I spoke with my mother for a bit, who happens to be the pharmacist there, and then decided to leave. Now, 15 minutes later, when I walk out the door, I see the dog still in the car. I started to panic, but made sure I wasn't causing a scene. I made sure to make a detour to casually walk by the car, and clearly this dog was not well. I ran to my car to plug in my phone to call the police, and a woman who happened to park near me at the same time when I originally arrived at Target ran up to me and said, "I hope you're calling the police. I noticed that dog too when we walked in." I hadn't noticed we were leaving at the same time. So I call and wait for them to arrive. They remove the dog and put him in the animal control car. Come to find out that 2 80-year-olds decided to do their grocery shopping and had been in the store for 2 hours. They said the dog should have been fine because it's just a dog and they can pant in the heat to cool down. It was 103 degrees. in direct sunlight in the middle of a parking lot. I could not be more thankful that I noticed that dog. When I was around 12, I was at a friend's 4th of July party on the beach with around 30 or 40 people. A few hours later, maybe 20 college kids show up at the beach and my friend's dad invites them over to have a drink and help us set off some fireworks. Fast forward a half hour, and me and my friend are talking to a few of the college kids about sports or something, and one of them is too hammered to get up, so he asks my friend to fill his cup from the keg like 50 feet away. My friend says, okay, and asks me to go with him to help him figure out how to work it. So halfway through filling the cup we hear this screechy voice scream, "What are you boys doing?" It's this annoying kid we know's mom, who wasn't even invited. She slaps the cup out of my friend's hand and drags us by the ears off the beach as my friend tries to explain that we were getting the beer for one of the college kids who passed out and cannot verify this. By now, my friend's dad has run over and is screaming at this beach, siding with us of course. She says they are all crazy for allowing underage drinking at their party and calls the cops. The cops show up, we tell them our story and they believe us and tell the beach that she has to leave or she'll be arrested for disturbing the peace. Lol. I had to run into the grocery store to pick up a few things. My kids aged 5 and 8 wanted to wait in the car. As I go into the store, a woman comes barreling out and almost runs into me. 10 or 15 minutes later, I'm walking toward my car and this same woman is hovering over the car glaring at my kids. I ask what the problem is and she starts yelling that my son, the 8-year-old, pretended to shoot her. I asked with what, since they didn't have any toy guns. She tells me he used his finger like a gun. I told her that she was batshit crazy and to stop scaring my kids. All the while she's yelling about my kid pretending to shoot her and that he was threatening her and she was calling the cops. I told her to go ahead because she would be the one arrested for harassment. I just got out of there because I didn't want to subject my kids to any more of that. By the way, my kid's story was that they were playing a game between themselves when this crazy lady ran over to the car and started screaming at them. I could tell they were pretty shook up. But regardless, the lady was an ass. I work for a chain restaurant as a catering driver. We offer kids meals to schools for a discount. It's predominantly private schools that order regularly, since it's like $5 a pop for microwaved macaroni and cheese or a turkey and cheese sandwich with a couple chunks of fruit. Drivers are never tipped and are told not to take a receipt, so we hate taking these orders 2 to 3 times a day. Anyway, today I took 2 orders to a newer Christian private school. The woman in the cafeteria asked for the first one at 10:30. I was there on the dot and she seemed pleased that she had time to set out the lunches in an organized fashion. I came back at 11:45 for the second order and this woman looked like she had lost her only son. She said, "First lunch was at 11. You were here too early and the pasta got cold. Why didn't you people think of the children?" I calmly explained that she asked for the food at that time and that she was pleased to begin with. Also, the school is 20 minutes away from the store, so no matter when I leave, she's gonna be cold. TLDR, old hussy at a ritzy private school wanted me to sympathize with spoiled white kids over cold macaroni. 2 stories. When I was a kid I was a very picky eater. One day at daycare, I bit my friend, and she bit me on my face. To make me feel better, my mom took me out to an ice cream shop, but I hated ice cream, so she just got a plain cone for me. I tried to run off before she finished paying, and she turned around and grabbed me to keep me close, and I started throwing a fit. This lady tried to take me from my mom and started screaming at her for abusing me and not getting me ice cream and asked me if I was okay and tried to make me go with her. My mom had to sit there and let her ice cream melt so she could explain to this lady what was going on. Second, my great aunt had very well trained German shepherds and a pickup truck. She was at a gas station once and went inside to pay, and when she got back some man started to scream at her about how her dogs were probably not trained and that they were a danger to everyone. She just looked at the man and snapped her fingers. Both dogs were on either side of her growling at the man within 2 seconds. She glared at him for a couple more seconds and snapped again. The dogs went back into the truck and she turned around and got in and drove off, not saying a word. She was a beast. I had the exact same thing happen to me, more or less, about a week ago. It was about 65 degrees, my sunroof was open, and I was gone for about 7 minutes. I came out, and this lady's like, "That's not your car, is it? I already called the cops. There aren't even any windows open." I looked at her like she was the crazy what that she was, and calmly told her the sunroof was wide open, and I was gone for just over 5 minutes. She walked over, saw it was open, and stormed off, embarrassed, muttering stupid, stupid, at me. I started laughing at her and gave her a steady thumbs up and stared at her as she drove off. I understand the concern, and I'm all for it. But it was relatively cool out, the sunroof was wide open, and I was gone for just over 5 minutes. No need to get all Nazi, call the cops, and try to yell at someone before you even know what the fuck is going on. But some people need a purpose in life. When I was born, I had something wrong with my eyelids that required surgery. This was in the early 70s, so the doctors thought it best to wait until I was a little older to do the surgery. They did the surgery at 9 years old. It left me with 2 black eyes. Eye surgery, and then the doctors put a cast on each one of my arms to prevent me from touching my eyes. Other than looking like hell, I was completely healthy. Here's my mom lugging around this baby with 2 black eyes and what looks to be like 2 broken arms. Some woman attacked my mom in grocery store to see how she liked being beaten up. Police were called, my mom explained, and the woman was extremely embarrassed at that point, was arrested. Needless to say, my mom ran errands without me after that until the bandages came off. It's been 35 plus years, and I always wonder if that woman still feels stupid about beating up a woman whose baby just had surgery. I was born with a skin condition, EB. It made me, until I was about 6, look like a burn victim. Blisters everywhere, scabs, fun stuff like that. Because I couldn't walk until I was 5, by the time I was very in control of my voice and articulate, it being the only way I could interact with the world. We went to the store, me looking like I did. I had recently started walking on my own, so my mom, at my request, was holding my hand tight so if I fell, I wouldn't hit the ground. I did fall occasionally on that trip. I remember thinking it was fun. But apparently, this made it look like my mother was dragging a heavy abused child through the store. So, at one point, I fall and hear a shouting noise. And I don't stop falling, and I hit the ground and skin my ass. This woman had run up and shoved my mother and was yelling at her. The woman grabs me forcibly on the forearm. My mother, horrified and confused, grabs the woman. The woman lets go of me to defend herself, and she see that her hand came back with my blood and skin attached to it. This is the only part that I remember. I gave her the same line I've given since preschool. I looked at the woman and said, "I have a genetic condition called epidermolysis bullosa. It causes me to bleed and have skin problems. It's okay though, you can't get it, TLDR. We got free groceries." I was walking home once with my girlfriend when this woman came out of nowhere and asked if we had seen her cat. She said the cat was ever so naughty, in a British accent, over and over again. We went about our business and went inside my place. We came out 5 minutes later with my dog to take him for a walk. Just as we get outside, this cat darts out of an alley and across the street. My girlfriend looks at me and yells, "That's her cat." The cat proceeded to run across the street and hide under a car. My girlfriend stayed near the car with the cat while I went to find this lady with my dog. She was wandering about a block from where we last saw her. I told her we thought we had found her cat. Her response, "What, the cat was very naughty." I lead her back to the car and the cat tries to run away from her. We kind of corner it under another car. The woman keeps telling the cat how naughty it's being and eventually picks it up. Tells us she found the cat about 2 weeks ago and that it's been running away at least once every 2 days. TLDR. I helped a woman kidnap a very naughty cat. I had a black lab who loved to be in my minivan. She was a rescue who was not crate trained. The point of crate training is so the dog can have a safe area to go to when they are feeling a little anxious. Her love for my even evolved into it being her safe area. During thunderstorms, which she was so very scared of, I even started bringing her out to the van to calm her down. So anyway, I brought her with me as often as I could, in many kinds of weather. One winter day, it was about 18 degrees, but the sun was shining and it really was beautiful out. I was at the library, so it was for a few hours. When I came out, there was a policeman looking into my car and knocking on the windows. Someone had called the cops on me. My dog was sleeping soundly in the backseat and was perfectly comfortable. She was stretched out next to a blanket, but not curled up in it. She wasn't responding to the knocking because she was 14 at the time and did not hear much. Cop was apologetic. People who called were not. When my son was about 6 months old, I had taken him with me to grab lunch in a local mom-pop kinda diner. Better than fast food, but not super fancy or expensive. Ick now? Anyways, he was still in an infant seat, the kind that has a permanent base seat bolted into the car, with a detachable cradle carrier thing. Fuck me, it's been so damn long now I can't even remember what the stupid thing was called. As I'm getting out of the car, this ancient hag is coming out of the restaurant, just faking shrieking about how I didn't have a seatbelt on my kid. What a horrible parent I am. This is what happens when kids have kids. I was 24 at the time. etc. Point as I'm walking around to get my son out, she puts on this burst of speed, lunges for the rear passenger door, where my son is, and tries to yank it open, only to get stopped cold by the door still being locked. I get around to the passenger side, where she's still engaged in a battle of wills with my door handle, folds my arms, and lean against the car, just watching her. After a few more minutes or her grunting like a rabbit chimp trying to pull the door open, she finally stops, looks at me, and then takes off running like a goddamn Olympic sprinter. Seriously, this old bat was running so fast her ankles were whistling. TLDR, old lady doesn't understand new tech, gets defeated by door lock, runs like Usain Bolt. I had almost the exact same thing happen to me on a road trip last summer. My fiance drove through the night to meet me on the other side of the Rockies in Kelowna and got there around 7 AM. Since he was tired he came inside to a friend's house and we fed him and were just sitting down and smoking a doobie when his phone started ringing from a 999 number. Well, some old hag had called the cops on us in the 30 to 40 minutes we had been inside, and she had actually removed my dog from the car. It was overcast and maybe 20 degrees out if even that, since it was early morning, and this silly cow thought she needed to rescue my dog. He had water, and the windows were cracked too. We went downstairs to talk to the police, having just smoked a doobie. Awesome. And this stupid bitch was screaming at me about how I didn't love my dog, and how much of an awful owner I was. She also claimed she had stood there for over an hour waiting for us. She's lucky I didn't see her taking him out of the car, because I most likely would have full body tackled her, and proceeded to beat the shit out of her for stealing my dog. TLDR. Crazy bitch avoided the beating of a lifetime after taking my dog out of my car and calling the police on my fiance. Edit. Why down votes? I don't understand. The thread asked for stories like this, so I take the time to tell a story and get downvoted for it. Some days I really don't get Reddit. It was a cold night, cold for Florida, about 45 to 50 degrees. I could see my breath. And I decided, was going to take Simon, 165 pounds Rottweiler, and Chloe, 70 pound Pitbull, for a ride. I pull into a gas station to get gas and end up having quite a lengthy argument with the cashier over a transaction that he botched. When I return to my car there are a bunch of women around it, and I think, oh yeah, beaches love dogs. When I get to my car one of the women starts yelling at me, how could you leave your faking dogs in the car? They'll die from heat stroke, mind you. We are all wearing winter faking coats and my windows are wide open. She continues, I should take your dogs and give them a good home. You're gonna kill them sooner or later. You are negligent. Hick. I'm driving a low rider and wearing a Sublime jacket. So I tell her, you know what? You want the dogs? Go ahead, open that door and try to get them out. She opens the door and Simon the Rottie goes from happy-go-lucky to rap mode. I've never seen a group of chicks run so fast, except for that time I went to the strip club. TLDR, some chick said I would kill my dog and tried to take it. She opens the car door and the dog flips a switch, scaring the shit out of her. I have 2 cherry trees in my yard that hang over my fence closest to the road. One day I hear my dogs going absolutely nuts and I decided to go out and check on them. Upon going outside I find a woman and her child stealing the fruit from my tree, and she just tells me, oh don't worry, it's just the stuff hanging over the fence, which where I live, as long as it is still attached to the tree, it is considered stealing. Even if said person intentionally knocks off her child then begins to climb my wooden fence, which is not stable enough for this action. It is old and keeps the dogs in, but could probably be kicked down with one try. I then ask the kid to get down, and the woman commences to tell her child that my animals will bite him if he gets up there again. I corrected her and told her they would not bite the child, but the fence is what concerned me, and she proceeded to tell me that she will just tell him that to keep him away from the fence. That's what annoyed me the most. We just moved into the home, and the last thing I want is this woman telling her kids and other people my animals will bite them if they get close to our fence. I ended up putting up signs after that asking people to leave the trees alone. Not really vigilant but idiotic for sure. My dog is left out in our backyard all day. She love it. Well, neighbor across the street called the homeowning people and filed a complaint without talking to us first, saying our dog had unfair living conditions and probably has rabies, and she thought it wasn't safe around her kids. It doesn't make any sense, because we built a dog house in the shade for her, plus there's a 7-foot fence between our properties. There's no way our dog could get near her kids. Plus my dog is about half the size of a normal lab and super sweet. The beach just didn't like dogs, so she tried to get people to take her away several times. Anyway, our poor dog was forced into getting these shots she didn't need, and these people kept checking up to see if we were taking care of her, and not. We are not supposed to let her out after dark. Point TLDR. Crazy beach hates dogs, tells people my dog has rabies and will hurt her children to get it taken away. I once lived in a house that was surrounded by apartments. At least 10 different apartments looked directly into our backyard. One day my roommates and I noticed about 20 pigeons in our yard just doing their pigeon thing. I noticed that one of them only had one leg, and I was trying to point it out to my roommate Steph. I picked up the broom and pointed it out with that, and we had a laugh, and the 4 of us went back to making dinner, watching TV and doing homework. About 10 minutes later we get a very aggressive knock at our door yelling, "San Diego Police Department. Open up with your hands up." We all looked at each other in shock and got up and slowly opened the door. The SWAT team was there pointing their weapons at us, yelling to come out of the house. We sat down, gave them our information, while they raided our house. There were about 8 squad cars and more, about 20 officers. I asked them why they were here, and the officer getting our information told us this. We got a call from a woman who said that a young man had brandished a shotgun and was aiming at her from a backyard across from her apartment. She said he kept aiming and followed her as she ran from room to room with her child. We all started laughing, and I told the officer about the pigeons and the broom. Another officer came outside with the broom and they all started laughing about it too. We said goodbye and went back inside, and they left like nothing happened. I still have no idea which neighbor it was to this day. I was taking my cat, 8 years old, to the vet. I didn't have a cage for her because we rarely take her to the vet. Well, I thought it would be fine with her just being in the car because she has mellowed down with old age, but quickly found out that my cat hates cars. I got to the vet, ran in, explained the situation, and asked for some help to take my cat out. By the time I come out, a man had taken a brick, broken my dad's new car window, and was trying to get my cat off of him. I called for her, and she came to me. The guy kept saying that my cat should be put to sleep, and I left her to die in my car. It was kind of hot, like 80 degrees, but I was gone for less than 1 minute and the act was still on. He paid thousands of dollars to replace my dad's brand new car door and interior. My cat actually managed to fuck him up pretty bad, cause he tried to sue me for a scar that she left on his face. This thread reminds me of a best of candidate from a couple years ago. Point Linky flew to a different state with my daughter. I had to pee right when we got off the plane, so I told her to sit on our suitcase and wait outside the men's room. She knows the whole bit about screaming bloody murder if someone is scaring her with words or actions. So I pee and start washing my hands when I hear her screaming. I run out the doorway and security is trying to pull the suitcase out from under her and telling her to get up. There's no worse feeling in the world than knowing you will get tasered, gang tackled, and or arrested for acting how a normal human being should react in that situation. I said, what do you do to my daughter? One of the officers replied, this bag was unattended, so we need to inspect it. I said, unattended? You can't even get it away from my kid. This is the most faking attended bag in the airport. At that point, they questioned whether she was even my kid or not. She's adopted and has different skin color. Fortunately, they didn't drag us back into their dungeon and finally told us to move along when the crowd grew bigger. Some lady in the crowd was ranting about how they were dragging a little girl around the terminal. They only rolled her a couple feet when she was sitting on the suitcase. I spent my summers with my dad since he lived far from my mom, and that always seemed to cause problems with stupid vigilantes. Apparently single dads aren't possible. The one time I remember most vividly, I was walking in the mall with my dad when I was about 6, and I noticed my shoe was untied. I stopped for a second to tie it, and I guess my dad didn't notice because he kept walking. When I looked up, I saw him about 10 feet in front of me and was about to run to catch up to him when this elderly couple grabbed my arm and asked me where my mommy was. I started screaming and crying because this lady was squeezing my arm, and my dad came running back, explaining I had just gotten separated from him for a second. They demanded to see my mother, and he had to explain that they had been divorced for almost my entire life. The couple didn't believe us for the longest time and gave my dad a dirty look as we walked away with me holding his hand. She sounded like either a nut or a thief, or both. Not saying she was in the right, but you have to be really careful leaving pets or children in the car for any amount of time. Many recommend that you don't do it at all. One reason is theft/kidnapping, but also because, even if it seems cool outside, that does not mean a parked car will stay that way. One study found that, regardless of outside air temperature, the car heated up at a similar rate, gaining 80% of its final temperature within 30 minutes. Cars that started out comfortable 22°C, for example, rocketed to over 47°C after 60 minutes in the sun. And keeping the windows open a crack hardly slowed the rise at all. Emphasis mine. Not to try to sound super critical, but if it had been 70 degrees out, it could have ended up at 99 degrees in that half hour. Dogs can't handle hot temperatures as well as humans. They cool themselves primarily through panting, which isn't very helpful in hot air. So a warm car will be harder on him than it is on you. How hot a car gets can vary wildly depending on interior color, direction/angle of the sun, and, possibly, humidity. So I think it's always better safe than sorry, as you just can't be sure. Sorry if this seems rude, but I think it's important that all pet owners know this info. You obviously love Bentley, so I thought it couldn't hurt to be armed with more information about keeping him safe. Here's a picture of a fat squirrel, just for kicks. Edit, words. One day, me and a buddy were just hanging out at the park, enjoying our time on a nice spring day, when a soccer mom gets out of her big ol' Suburban. She gets out with her toddler and informs us, and I quote, "You know, this park is just for little kids, and you need to leave before I call the cops." Me and my friend, sitting on the swings, get up, then stop, and sit back down, and say go ahead. She calls the flipping cops. I immediately call the non-emergency number and ask for an age limit on the public parks. She says that there isn't one. I explain the situation, and she says that she heard the dispatch. Just wait for the cops to show. They did, laughed with me and my buddy, and the lady got all huffy and left. Cops said she was dead wrong, that the public parks are just that, public. Was a successful moment for me. TLDR chick thinks public park is only for little kids, calls cops. Cops laugh at her, win. Work in an office building that houses one of the world's largest corporations. I was working the front desk one day, and one of the employees asked if he could put his gym bag down next to one of the chairs in the lobby so he could grab his lunch before heading back upstairs. I said sure, and he put his bag down and went into the cafe. About a minute later a woman came down to ask me something, and mid-sentence this is what happened. Woman: hi, I was just wondering if I sees bag, oh my god. See something, say something. See something, say something. It could be a bomb. Call the police, tell them it's a bomb. Me: what? Woman: the bag. It's a bomb, call the police, oh my god. Me: ma'am, it's not a. Woman: I'll call the police. Of course this attracted a lot of attention, and I had to tell everyone to relax. I then got the woman to put her cell phone away and explained two important things to her. 1. It's not a bomb, because I know the person who put it there, and 2. If you ever suspect anything is a bomb, never ever use a cell phone or any sort of wireless device around it, as bombs can have a wireless trigger, and using a cell phone or walkie-talkie could potentially set it off. The woman turned bright red and just said I was only trying to help and walked away. This happened to my mom about me. It is a very popular story she likes telling. Point: when I was a kid, about 1, my mother was taking me for my checkup at the hospital. They put a little band on my foot and my mom wouldn't take it off due to me loving to play with it. Before I go on with my story, my mom is Mexican, brown skin, brown eyes and brown hair, not bigger than 4'10". At the time I was a blonde hair kid with pale skin and green eyes from my dad. So my mom has me on her lap and I'm playing with my band when this lady and her boyfriend look over and see my mom with me. My mom sees this and worries, and then out of the blue the lady tells me mom she is a thief and a dirty brown person cannot have a nice looking baby like that. My mom, who cannot speak English, says no is my baby, but they won't have none of that. A fight breaks out and now I'm in the hands of the people crying. They leave the bus when it pulls over since the driver called the cops. Now outside my mom crying, and this couple has me in their arms with police coming. My mom calls my dad via payphone, and he rushes from Ventura over to Reseda. It isn't pretty. When my dad gets there, he sees the couple holding me and freaks the fuck out. He calls the girl a stupid faking cunt and hits the dude in his face. The cops come a few minutes later, and my mom explains what happens. One of the cops, and he can speak Spanish, he was pretty upset. Since this happened during the LA riots, my mom shows him my birth certificate and her ID/papers. Unfortunately for the couple, they got charged with attempted kidnapping and assault. My dad got away clean. I was behind a lady in the Quickie Mart, and she was pleading with the attendants to float her money for a quart of motor oil, telling them she would pay them Friday when she got her paycheck. The attendants were going to reluctantly do some kind of IOU process with her, but I decided to buy the oil for her after looking outside and noticing there was a car in a stall with the engine hood up. I got the oil she needed off the shelf, paid for it, and gave it to her. She sort of thanked me and left. As I was purchasing my stuff, the lady behind me strongly tapped me on the shoulder and scolded me for buying her motor oil, saying you don't know what she's going to do with it. I looked outside and pointed at the other lady putting the oil in her car and said, well, it looks like she's gonna faking lube her engine, lady. To which she scoffed at me. The attendants had a funny what the fuck look about their faces. I don't really know of any other use for motor oil, maybe I'm missing something. I used to be in the army and was stationed in Hawaii for almost 5 years. During this time, I ended up being in the best shape of my life, go figure, right, and continue my lifelong love of swimming. I would swim for about an hour at a time, no problem, fighting currents the whole way. Granted, they aren't the strongest currents where I would normally swim, but any current can still drag someone out to sea if they are not careful. Suffice it to say, I was a very strong swimmer who knew how to swim in the ocean. There is a beach on Oahu called Sandy Beach. I had never been there before, as it wasn't close to Post, and I didn't have a car at the time. My family was out visiting, and my sister had always heard of this beach and wanted to try it out. So, apparently, there are signs all over this beach saying that it has extremely strong currents and is for surfers only past about 5 feet. The only sign that I found that said that was at the exit to the parking lot, so I had no idea. I go out for my normal swim, and about 15-20 minutes into it, when I'm taking a little break and treading water, a lifeguard shows up, clearly much more out of breath than I was between pants. He manages to tell me to get on the board, and berates me while he takes a break, saying that I don't know what the hell I'm doing, and there are signs everywhere that say no swimming note. There are poles for signs everywhere, there are posters for surf competitions, etc. But there are no signs saying no swimming, because they've all been vandalized. Before we get halfway back to shore, this guy's completely exhausted, to the point that I end up paddling us both back to shore, while he weakly slaps at the water. We get back, I'm slightly out of breath, he practically collapses on the beach, then proceeds to tell me off for not following instructions. Not a minute later, a new surfer gets pummeled by a wave, completely different area than I was in, mind, and needs help getting to shore, but overzealous lifeguard is too out of breath to help. Luckily other surfers stopped to help. Point now, I'm not mad at the fact that the lifeguard came out to save me. He was doing his job, and I was swimming in a part of the ocean that has extremely strong tides. I'm more mad at the fact that this lifeguard was so out of shape. Not only did I have to save his ass, but then when someone was really in danger, he was too beat to even make it out to them. Seriously? Aren't there tests or something you have to pass to work at a place like that? When I was a kid I lived on a farm, and we were having a pretty big problem with possums getting into the eggs, so we laid out one of those possum traps, and caught a possum. My dad hated killing animals if we weren't going to eat them, so he just grabbed it by the tail and he and my mom went to put it into a forest about 20 miles away. My dad had to dangle the possum out the window so that it could actually fit in the car, so my mom and dad were just driving down the road in dark at about 30 miles per hour. Suddenly, this car comes up behind them and starts honking and flashing its lights and doing everything it can to get attention. My parents moved over so that they could be passed, but the car just kept honking. Finally, the car pulled to the side of my parents' car and drove them off the road. Then a lady started screaming, "Give me that faking cat, you psychopath." My dad got out and started trying to explain to her that it was a possum, not a cat, but she was just flipping at him. Finally, he'd just had enough, so he said, "Fine, you want the faking cat? Here you go," and dumped this massive possum right on her dashboard. The thing stood up and hissed right in her face. She screamed and slammed the accelerator, and my dad just barely had enough time to grab the possum before she sped off down the road. Then my mom and dad continued to the forest and left the possum there. A few days later, it was back, so my dad started feeding it, carrying it around on his shoulders, and he named it Awesome the Opossum. Unfortunately it was hit by a car and killed about 2 months later. The story that follows is 100% no exaggeration. We used to live in Vad on a canal that goes out to the York River. My neighbor is an animal-phile, to put it lightly. My neighbor across the creek/canal has a koi pond. One afternoon we hear a gunshot and the neighbor has killed a medium-sized water snake that was attempting to get into the koi pond. He shot it with a 410 and blew it literally in half. The neighbor on my side of the canal heard the shot, looked out across the water, saw what happened and freaked out. She jumped in her car, drove over to the neighbor's house, the one who shot the snake. When she got there, she started chewing out the neighbor who shot the snake, and then started to give the snake mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Mind you, this snake was literally blown in half. After a few moments, she left, cursing the neighbor, and took the snake back home. I no longer live there, nor do the two neighbors in question, but when I visit with my old neighbors, when I'm on the East Coast, this is invariably a story that we bring up over some cold beers. I have one that just happened yesterday. I was at the beach very early in the morning, before a lot of people got there. I bought some cheese balls to feed to some seagulls at the end of the boardwalk. So I'm sitting on the storm surge walls, big concrete walls that protect the boardwalk from storms, and I'm facing the beach throwing some cheese balls to about 2 dozen seagulls. They were standing on the beach, and every once in a while they would get spooked, fly away, and then land on the beach again. Not even 2 minutes into my feeding of the gulls, this guy makes it his business to come up and tell me that if I feed the gulls they will pop all over the boardwalk, even though they are standing on the beach and not over the boardwalk. So anyway, I told a concerned citizen that the birds were there before I started feeding them and they will pop if I feed them or not. He insists that they will not pop if I don't feed them. Apparently he thinks that only cheese balls will make these birds pop. So I roll my eyes and go back to my gull feeding. The guy angrily sticks around for a few minutes before moving off. This beach is notorious for not letting you do things. No kites, frisbees, music, pets, etc. But they do not care if you feed the gulls at all. TLDR. Some people just like to feel important for a moment, I guess. Oh, and only cheese balls make seagulls poo. My friend/neighbor and I were riding our bikes around the neighborhood when I was about 6 or 7 years old. We had been out for about an hour and were a street over from our houses when this mouth breather with a Fu Manchu mullet steps right in our paths, shirtless with hairy sweaty moves. We stop and he grabs me by the ear and my friend by the arm. He screams at us saying we ran over his kid's toes with our bikes. We have no idea what he was talking about and he was probably drunk. I'm scared shitless of being thrown in a hole and being worn as a lampshade, but we got lucky. Since we had been out for a bit, my friend's dad was out looking for us. He sees us being berated by Joe the plumber now. My friend's dad was kind of a badass back in the day. He comes up the driveway, breathing fire through his perfectly maintained 80s mustache. A screaming match ensues, and punches were thrown. My friend's dad is victorious, and he drags us out of there. The cops never came. I'm not sure why. We later went back and ran over those kids' toes with our bikes. TLDR, we didn't really run over anyone's toes. I don't really have a story like this, but I was a vigilante once. I was walking into Walmart, not my decision, don't judge me, and I heard a dog whining. I went looking and found a dog locked in a car who was obviously in distress. It was nearly 100 degrees that day and all the windows were rolled up. The dog saw me and put his paw to the door handle and whined. I called the police and they got there before the person even came out. He bashed the window in, got the dog out, and put it in his air-conditioned car, the dog licking his face the whole way. It was at this point that this trailer trash looking beach comes out screaming, "What the fuck are you doing? You bashed my faking car window in and stole my dog, you bastard." The cop calmly walked over to her, put handcuffs on her, and carted her faking us off to jail. I volunteered to take the dog to a good shelter home run by some friends of mine. 2 weeks later, the dog was adopted by a mutual friend and is now one hell of a happy little dog, Jai. I saw in the paper where that woman was convicted and spent 6 months in prison for animal abuse and drug possession. Evidently, she got pulled over later that night, and they caught her with a large amount of meth. My point is, don't faking ignore an animal or child in distress. Don't go all batshit until you're aware of the situation, though. In fact, don't go batshit. Just call the cops. By the way, 911 dispatch told me not to damage the car trying to get the dog out. I could be sued for that. The cop can't. It's a small town, and there's usually a cop very close to Walmart, since it's right next to the interstate. I saw the officer drive in while I was still on the phone with dispatch. My neighbor called the cops on me, claiming that I had a meth lab in my basement. She abused her power as a health inspector with the city to bypass normal police regulation and get them to come out to my house and ask to look around for just her phone call. Apparently the signs that lead her to this conclusion were 1. I kept weird hours. I was a college student who took night classes. 2. I never left the house. Again, I was a college student and on a schedule opposite of normal people due to my night classes. By the time I left the house she was most likely asleep. 3. I never bought groceries. No idea what this is about. If I never leave and never buy groceries, what exactly am I eating? I bought groceries in bulk maybe once every 2 weeks at the time. 4. Expensive cars came to my house. My boyfriend owns a BMW and my friend's mom drives a Jaguar. I suppose this is what she was talking about. 5. She claimed she saw people in masks outside my house. To this day I have no idea what she was talking about. The closest I came up with is that a few months prior we had cleaned mold out of my basement. My housemate is allergic to mold and put a bandana over his mouth. Obviously, as soon as they got inside, they realized my house didn't smell like drugs. Additionally, one of the cops had seen a post I had placed publicly on Google Plus a few weeks prior complaining about the neighbor because she was always harassing me and calling the city on me for dumb things. They quickly concluded that this was a matter of neighbor disagreement and apologized. One called to the station later to complain, and they swore they would not be taking her calls seriously anymore. I haven't been bothered by the city or the police since. My pet rabbit was sort of a roamer. He would wander around the neighborhood, always coming back at night for food and sleep. He was neutered and really nice, so we always just kind of let him do his thing instead of keeping him locked in our pretty small backyard. Then one day he never came back. About 3 months go by, and we've come to the conclusion that he's met some fate. We argued for a long time about his possible end. Maybe someone took him. Maybe he got run over by a car. Maybe some predatory animal got him. We had no clue. It wasn't until almost 4 months had gone by that we finally found out our neighbor had taken him because she thought that having a rabbit running around the neighborhood was bad for real estate values and claimed that us letting him roam around was a sign of neglect. She brought him to an animal shelter, never told us, and he was put down after being in the shelter for a while. TLD, our neighbor steals our bunny rabbit because she didn't like that we let him wander, took him to the animal shelter, and he was put down after a couple of weeks. The kicker was that she thought she had done him a favor. I have a similar story to yours, except I called the police. So I work at the front desk of a pool and this lady comes in with her 2 kids. She parked right outside of where I was sitting. I thought nothing of it. About 3 hours later I start hearing a strange whining noise from outside. I go check it out to see it was a dog she left in the car. The car was locked with the windows closed. I told my boss to look for the lady who owned the car, but no one came forward. I ended up calling the police and they sent a fire truck. The lady left the pool as soon as the fire truck arrived. I started screaming at her and she gave me this look like I was speaking a different language or something. I talked to the firemen and they told me they couldn't do anything about it now that the lady and her kids had showed up. It was late, around 8:30, so it was dark. It killed me when I saw her drive off without turning on her lights. I have 2 boxers, both are old with torn ACL, so driving is about the biggest excitement of their lives. Anyway, it was about 80 degrees out and I had to run into a store. I leave the car running with AC on. They always have a bowl of water in the back of the car. I leave doors all unlocked in case of emergency or something. I run into store, 10 minutes and I come out and get into my car. Then this dude pulls up in a big truck, unrolls his windows and says, "You leave your dogs out in 80 degrees? I tell him the AC is on, and he tells me I almost smashed your windows in. Well, in a flash I can see the windows getting smashed, my dogs, who are rescued, freaking out and getting glass everywhere, and I snapped, "Hair's whole. You want to feel how cool it is in the car?" I screamed. I was eating Cheetos at the time and yeah, they went flying out of my mouth. I'm not proud. I popped open the crazy can. Dude backed up his head because he saw the bat sheet in me and he apologized. Then I apologized and said next time to just check that the car is on and there is water. Still, I'm not leaving my dogs in the car anymore. Too many people just freak out without checking that dogs have water and that car is cool. Either that or I need a sign saying "AC on water in car, dogs happy." I still feel bad for yelling at that guy though. When I was 12, me and my friends used to love climbing trees. We had climbed many trees around town over the years, and one of our favorites was this somewhat low gum tree with widespread branches. It was easy to climb, with nice different levels, had plenty of space, and the branches were positioned in such a way that you couldn't really fall out unless you tried. The tree was at the edge of the school playground, and near where a lot of the parents would hang out when waiting for their kids. Our parents would always wait around and chit chat while we played, often for hours upon hours. Anyway, One day we were climbing it after school as usual, when some random mum came over and started screaming at us to get out before we fall down and get brain damage, and that she was going to find the headmaster to make us come down so he doesn't have to step over our brain dead crippled bodies. She then went on about how terrible our parents must be to have dared let us venture outside of a goddamn padded cell phone pit. Naturally we told her to piss off. For being a stupid cunt. She ended up storming into the school in the following days, and they eventually cut a single branch down, which happened to be our entry branch, but we just got up via our alternate method. So meh. Never saw her after that, weirdly enough. And another time I opened a gate only for some other mother to spring out of nowhere and punch me in the back of the head. Turns out it was simply because I was in the way of her very young daughter, who also was heading for the gate, who was not even remotely near when I got there, and how dare her child possibly encounter another human being. As you might imagine, she didn't go down so well with the waiting group of parents. TLDR, Australian schools are full of cunts. When I was a kid, we lived in a rural area and had a horse farm. The barns were a tad dilapidated, they didn't look pretty, but structurally sound. We had horses in stalls, we let them out regularly to run around in a small pasture, and some in pastures full time. Had one stall with a paddock. The horses were well taken care of. But every once in a long while we had the county sheriff called on us by the ex-suburbanite neighbors who knew fuck all about farms, horses, livestock etc. saying we were mistreating our horses. Deputies came and were always allowed to wander around the property, check the conditions of the horses, the barns. They never found anything wrong. Never even once. Fucking hate ex-suburbanite neighbors. They buy land nearby to build a house, then complain about how imperfect our farm/pastures look to them compared to their meticulously manicured lawns. And since we are all in unincorporated county lands, there were not any strict laws like inside town/city limits. You actually had freedom to do as you want, and they couldn't do anything about it. But they, having been used to suburbanite living, used to have to keep their dogs penned up/controlled. Now have them run wild to where they chase livestock into fences. Gotta love people who go to a new environment, not try and fit in. Edit. Probably the only questionable thing we ever did was once, when an old horse died. We tied it up to a truck and drug it out into a vacant pasture. We didn't want to spend money on a backhoe rental and operator to dig a burial pit. We did it once before though, so the horse's body was left to rot amongst the brush and weeds. Far from anything that it could negatively affect like ponds the horses drank from. If the neighbors knew about what we did, called the sheriff, we possibly could have gotten in trouble, but I don't know for sure. I knew of a part-time butcher up the road who would slaughter/process cattle every once in a long while and toss the heads in his fields. When I was a kid, my father would go to buy hay from him, and while loading up the bales in the truck, I would go out explore the fields looking for cattle skulls. One of the coolest discoveries I made in that field was a small cactus patch there. Not tall cacti, but small ones like these. Cacti in Missouri. Who olda thunk it? I was driving home from a friend's place where I'd park my car for the weekend. This car has a big engine that likes to whine as it's warming up. No engine or exhaust modifications. Plus the gear ratios are far apart, so usually in residential areas I putter around in second gear, which sounds pretty loud compared to your average car. But it's the only way I'll stay under 30 miles per hour and not lug the engine. Coming around a series of curves at about 25. I see a cat dart across the road a few hundred feet ahead. Okay, sure, no problem, no danger. The cat is sitting on the side of the road. I'm driving the speed limit. No need to even tap on the brakes, it's so far ahead. Not according to what can only be described as a quintessential crazy cat lady, complete with hat, who steps into the middle of the road waving her arms to get me to stop. On the one hand, my crazy cat lady senses tingling. On the other, this woman really may be in need of assistance, so I decide to roll down my window and find out what she wants. She starts by telling me I'm going 35 in a 25, and how it's very dangerous and her cat could get run over and so on. I try to explain that, while I might sound like I'm going a lot faster than I am, I was driving the speed limit, did see her cat, and it was in little danger of being run over by me. She was not interested in any discussion save for her one-sided conversation about how fast she thought I was going, and was trying to intentionally harm her cat. Thankfully, a car came up on the opposite lane, and I told her to step back as she was obstructing traffic, which she refused to do, until I told her very sternly for the third time. I put it in reverse, floored it, used my backup camera to hone in on the little kitty, and flattened it like a pancake for Sunday brunch, complete with maple syrup. Actually, that last part is a lie. My car doesn't have a backup camera, and I don't like maple syrup. Probably buried, but 2 winters ago I was living on Lake Superior in Marquette, Michigan, a lovely and snowy place. It wasn't cold, as cold goes, maybe 15 degrees. There was the typical dry powdery snow giving everything a fresh dusting after the sunset. Living on the lake gives that kind of weather, light snow in the evening, clear sky in the morning. My wife and I decided to enjoy the weather by walking our dog, Chagga, down a couple blocks to an organic Tex-Mex for a snack. Order at the counter, get your food a few minutes later. Sat down on bar stools by the window facing the street. Chagga's just outside, happy as sheet, biting snowflakes, hitched to a bike rack. About 15 minutes after we had gone inside, the tenant from the flat above the restaurant came down with her phone against the ear, wild-eyed, hair sticking up, wherever it wasn't sticking to her sweaty face. She has been trying to get through to animal control for the last couple of minutes. I had called them myself and knew that they always answer and probably instructed her to come find me, but I never made that point in the conversation that followed. Whose dog is chained outside? He's ours. Is everything alright? He's been outside for 15 minutes. It's freezing out there. Yeah, I can see him. He's fine. Trust me. I'm on the phone with animal control. You cannot keep an animal chained without shelter. He could freeze to the sidewalk. etc. Well, here's the thing. That's Chagga. He's a chow/golden retriever/shepherd mix. His top coat of hair is 6 inches long and his bottom coat is strikingly similar to alpaca wool. I've taken him winter camping for several days. And ultimately, if he were uncomfortable, regardless of how unlikely that is, he would let me know with a loud and unrelenting baritone howl. Well, I can keep track of how long he's out there. Yes, so can the 12 people in here who were enjoying each other's company until you barged in to scream at me. Laughter from the tables. Conversations resume. She spun on her heel, presumably hit send on her phone again, and stomped all the way back upstairs. One day I took my son, then about 6 months old, into a fast food restaurant to meet my husband for lunch. We lived in Nevada, and it was the middle of summer, so I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt, and my son had on just a diaper. While I waited for my food, a woman walked over to me and first nicely tried to give me a sweatshirt for my son. I told her, no thank you, he's fine. Apparently that was the wrong answer. She started lecturing me on how he was going to freeze to death, and tried first to put the shirt on him. Then, when I moved him farther away from the crazy lady, tried to force me to take the shirt, while she kept ranting, and asked why I was eating in a restaurant if I couldn't afford clothing for my child. I should have reported her to the staff, but I just wanted out of there by that point, and my food was ready, so I walked out. She also yelled at my husband for allowing me to put the baby in danger. Miraculously, none of my kids managed to freeze to death in the Nevada summer. I have another story, where I'm living now in this low-class old apartment. A few things about it which are important details. The windows are very thin and old, and not weatherized, and therefore not soundproof. I can hear people 3 blocks away talking through my windows, and I live on the top corner apartment. It's a non-smoking building. On street parties day I was drinking, surprise, in my place with some friends, and generally keeping to myself, not being belligerently loud or anything. And one of my friends wanted to smoke. It was snowing and raining and blowing, and they didn't want to go alone, so I rounded my other friend up and said we were going to go downstairs and then outside to where they could smoke. One of my friends had gone ahead while I located my shoes. My friend was outside on the stone porch thing of the building, and I and my friend was inside. There's an apartment right next to the walkway and a window that looks directly towards the porch area where this psychotic woman lived. The building is kinda L-shaped. She came into the lobby area, where the mailboxes are, where I was standing waiting for my friend. I just drank like 4 shots and a 6-pack and a half to myself, and I'm happy. Angry lady screaming things I don't understand. According to my friend, after this, apparently it was about smoking on the porch and being noisy. She shoves me into and then through door. I'm not happy. She tries to shut me out, and I put my foot between the door and its frame, and I look her directly in the eye and ask what the fuck, I live here. I realize my keys are not on me. I live upstairs. I don't have my keys. She screamed some other incoherent things at me. I'm too drunk to understand this bitch's words. Why are you such a cunt? She starts to claw and smack my hand off the door and then locks me out with no jacket. One of my friends with no shoes and the other with no jacket. She goes to her window and says I'm calling the cops. I'm pretty drunk. I'm not 21 yet. 20 minutes later the rookie cop shows up. From his perspective he sees 3 young adults standing on the sidewalk in slush and rain and snow and no jackets and no shoes, looking pretty pissed off and miserable. He asks us what the problem was. I am drunk. I don't want to slur. I speak. I sound Russian. I magically gained a Russian accent, so I didn't slur my R's, I rolled them. I said that the crazy lady by the porch locked me out of my apartment, and that I lived there. He told us to wait under the little overhang by the fire exit door, while he tried to sort things out with her. About 20 minutes go by. Another cop rolls up. Mr. Senior Officer appears. Rookie appears. They talk on the porch for a second. Senior Officer goes in to talk with her instead. I assume it's only because she was so faking pissed off and blindly angry that he had to have someone else deal with her for him. I found that ironic, that the person screaming and calling the cops is a problem for the cops and not the 3 drunk kids. 20 minutes go by. Rookie comes out and escorts us back to the stairs leading up to the floor of my apartment. He apologizes to us for the disturbance and tells us to smoke on the sidewalk next time. Edit. I found out later from the land manager, when I made a complaint about her, that she wasn't right in the head and that at one point she kicked one of the tenants repeatedly while he was having an alcohol-induced seizure in the ribs. I have no idea how she isn't committed in a mental facility or jail. Back in high school I owned a small Dodge Dakota pickup. My girlfriend at the time gave me a small stuffed dog that she thought would be hilarious to stick it in the back window, so it looks like a small dog is staring at you when you're following me. I didn't care. I left it there. You know, more points anyways. Middle of November, I went to a local grocery store to pick up some meat to BBQ. I walk out to watch as some fat lady in spandex chuck a brick through my passenger side mini window and reach in and grab my stuffed dog. I go faking apeshit. Some passerbys who watched her do this called the cops. Thankfully the cops show up before it escalated even more than it was. She tells the cops she thought my stuffed dog in the window was real and she was trying to save it. The whole time she calling me names and how horrible of a person I am. One of the witnesses barks off, the only thing wrong is you going out in public wearing spandex. The cops ask me if I want to press charges. I say yes and told the cop I only want to press charges for the property damage. She gets arrested and spends the night in jail. I ended up having to sue the lady in small claims court for my window and damage to my speakers in the back where the brick landed. She countersued me for anguish and mental distress. She actually told the judge that I shouldn't have had a stuffed dog in the back and how it was all my fault that she did what she did. The judge ended up awarding me 2x what I was asking for and tossed out her countersuit. She never paid me and ended up getting a warrant for it due to it being linked with a crime. Last I heard they nailed her on a traffic stop and she ended up doing 30 days in jail. I still never got my money for the repairs. TLDR. Some fat bitch breaks my windows for a stuffed dog. She gets arrested. I sue. She ends up spending 30 days in jail for non-payment of a judgment. I still never get my money. Walking along a bike path one morning, I spotted a common garter snake, Thamnophis certilis, stretched out on the pavement to catch some rays. Normally I would have taken some pictures and admired the handsome little reptile before continuing with my walk, but a young jogger was approaching from close behind. Not knowing how she would react to the presence of this harmless species, I picked up the snake to move it off of the path. Just at that moment, she sped up and practically ran right into me. Much as I had feared, she began screaming. I tried to explain that I was moving this shy and inoffensive creature away from her, but by that time, her friend had caught up with her. "Put that snake down," she screamed. "Don't you dare hurt it. How would you like it if I came along, picked you up, and started killing you? I should kill you right now for what you're doing." I tried to back away and calm her down, but she approached me, trying to grab the snake from my hands. By then, a man had shown up with a cell phone and was calling the police to let them know that a strange man was terrorizing two girls with a snake. I finally ran like the wind into the forest, released the frightened little creature into a rock pile, and took off. It's a shame that a pleasant wildlife encounter had to end in such hysteria. Well, one day in January of this year, me and my friend, now a retired Marine, crucial to story, decided to go get some chicken wings beer and play some video games. So he took his dog and we're in my car, get the beer no problem, and then when we go to get the wings, mind it's January and pretty damn perfect weather, nice and chilly, we left his dog in my car, which is a German Shepherd Husky mix. We're inside 5 minutes tops. Since we called ahead. When we got outside, a small crowd, 3 to 4 strangers were around my car trying to break in. So I did the logical thing, I reached behind my back and rested my hand on my .45 legally carried concealed, and we walk up and confront everybody, and immediately they come up to us yelling about how we're bad owners and they called the cops, so on and so forth. So I let go of my gun, relaxed a bit, and told everyone to fuck off. But the one male of the group came up to and started yelling how he should kick my ass and bragging about being a Marine. However, his hair was sheet, had faking mustache, that sloppy as fuck, and earrings. My buddy went behind him, tapped him on his shoulder and asked rank, which was replied with "Motherfucker, I'm a gunnery sergeant," to which my buddy exclaimed, "Well Gunny, I haven't ever seen you around a staff sergeant and your hair is sheet, why the fuck do you have piercings and warts with the dicticulars?" Causing the asshole to go red in the face and me to start laughing, and my friend proceed to shove the guy against a wall, smack him around a bit. So I said let's just go, but he proceeded to knock the guy the fuck out. We checked his wallet and called his buddy M/P to check him for service. Turned out to be a goddamn civvy. Then miraculously the women began apologizing to us, especially my friend. And then the sly faker, he has got their numbers, and we took off before cops arrived. And he later had a month of bragging about his epic sex quests with girls, and his dog is still alive and well and now has 2 pups with my dog I got soon after. They are with me on my property, a nice big open range / forest kind of area. Good times. But unfortunately sheethead people, sorry for my spelling, I'm a bit tired. My best friend was adopted as an infant by 2 gay dads. My friend is a black girl. One day, somewhere around her 10th birthday, she was walking with her father, an older looking thin white guy, when a woman stopped her and asked if she was okay, under the impression that my friend's dad was a pedophile who had kidnapped her. The woman followed them for a ways, despite my friend and her father's insistence he was her dad. She followed them to their house, and after they walked inside, they thought they had heard the end of it. A little while later, however, the cops knocked on the door, responding to a potential kidnapping / rap call. My friend has had to deal with situations like this her whole life, just because she's a different race than her dad's. Once, a woman even screamed at her dad's for taking my friend out of her natural environment and raising her in a homosexual cesspool. Her birth mom had been a crack hoe, whereas her dad's a super successful and happily married. Okay, so, I was at a gaming convention with my 2-year-old little brother. I was 15 at the time. Me and him were playing a racing game, Mario Kart I think, and he got hungry. So, I picked him up. He has body issues. He was really small and could barely walk. That's why he played video games with me, and I took him across the street to get him some food. We walked into a McDonald's, and I stood in line, holding him. I look much older than I am, so some guy comes up to me, beaching me out for getting a girl pregnant and having a kid at 18. I started telling him off, telling him that I was only 15 and that this was my baby brother. He didn't believe me, tried to take my brother, and I socked him in the face. He tried doing it again. This time, I slammed his face into the counter. He was in the hospital for 3 days. I got arrested, charged with assault, yada yada yada. Jury found me innocent after 3 months of trials, saying that I did what any protective brother should have done. The judge agreed with them. Not so much a vigilante case, more so a factored situation. Point. Alright, so my father is disabled. He has to use a cane 90% of the time in order to walk. He has a handicapped parking permit per order of his doctor, not because he wants one. I always want to take him shopping during Christmas time. Anyways, he parked his car in a handicapped parking spot and took a few minutes to find his wallet. I watched a woman in a huge SUV drive around while giving him the stink eye, completely eyeing him down as a fat person would to a T-bone steak. She drove around the aisle a few times and finally parked beside him. She knocked on my window, passenger side, and said, "This is for handicapped people, not for lazy people. Some people have real disabilities." So my father decided to get out of the car, get his cane and parking placard out of the back, and said, "Oh oops, my bad. I figured since I can't walk without a third leg, I was handicapped. But clearly you need the spot more." She laughed nervously and said, "Oh, I thought I knew you. Sorry, wrong person," and hurried off. TLDR, my cool dad told off some beach who spoke without knowing facts. Edit, spelling. We had a neighbor call Asper on us because we were mean to out dogs. At the time, we had 2 Great Danes and a Basset Hound. They liked to play in the yard a lot, so we had a rubber horse stall mat in the shade for them to lay on, so the cement wouldn't hurt their elbows, a automatically refilling horse trough for water, several fabric dog beds for laying in the sunshine, and a large kiddie pool that was emptied and refilled once a day because they liked to splash around in it. Busybody neighbor climbs up over the 6-foot fence and decides that the pool is their only water, and since it's been played in, it's too dirty to drink. Then she decides, since she hasn't seen me walk the dogs, they must be abandoned in the yard. Aspka laughed. I walked the dogs at night, and when we talked to someone from the agency, they'd caught us coming back from our weekly hike with the beasties. When we confronted Busybody, she just put her face in her hands and sobbed. I just didn't know what to do. We had to remind her the dogs had the entire 2nd floor dedicated to a giant sectional couch for them and all their toys. Save them from what? Being ridiculously spoiled? One time I accidentally stole a cat. The story: I walk out to my car and a filthy tabby kitten emerges. Now, I have rescued several feral kittens from my apartment complex, so I of course thought this was another stray. I picked her up, brought her inside, and bathed her. She was flea-ridden and covered in dirt. My apartment complex has a strict no pet policy, so to cover my ass while I plan out what to do with Kitty, I tell the landlord. She likes me and has seen the cat around, so she's cool with it. I keep the cat overnight. She was pissed and wanted to go back outside. The next day I get a call from my landlord saying that the cat has an owner and has been keeping the cat illegally. So before I can give the cat back, the owner has to pay like $400. Oops. But Kitty and owner were reunited, and the owner was very relieved to have her back. So of course I felt like shit because I stole someone's cat and they then had to pay a lot of money to get her back. Even worse, I have 2 cats and haven't paid a dime to my landlady. But the question begs to be asked, why was Kitty outside to begin with? Apparently, she gets to go out every night to hunt. I can't judge, and I think I was in the wrong here, but where I live, that kitten was basically coyote chow and didn't have a great appearance to begin with. I didn't believe it was someone's cat, or would not have taken it in. Either way, I feel that this is a good place for the reminder: the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So check yourself next time you think you're judged red. You may save 15% of someone's time and money. TLDR, accidentally stole someone's cat, and it sucked for them. I was walking my friend's 2 dogs in a park on leash. This old lady comes over and starts asking if I have poo bags. I tell her yes and continue my walk. She follows me, all the while telling me to show her my poo bags. I tell her I do not need to, and to mind her own business, and to please leave me be. This lady then proceeds to read the bylaw sign pertaining to dogs that is attached to a light standard. She said she read it to me because I have an accent and probably cannot read. I told her I read fine and to leave me alone. She again continues to follow me, asking to see my poo bags. I call her a faking crazy bitch. She then tells me if I do not show her my poo bags, she will follow me home, and any poo she finds in the park she will put on my front step. Not wanting poo to be placed on front step, I show her the poo bags and ask if she is happy. She says yes she is, then saunters away, as if she had not harassed me for the last 10 minimum. Found out later that the crazy old lady lives 4 houses down from my friend. I play basketball with some friends at an outdoor local high school court. Often, when we play on a Sunday, an old guy who lives nearby will come and complain that the ball bouncing is too loud. He doesn't ask us to stop. He tells us if we don't leave immediately he will call the police. I usually step up and talk to him. The first few times I tried to rationalize and offer to leave in a half hour, etc. I had a lot of trouble seeing his complaint as valid because this guy didn't live next to the court, but 4 houses down the road, and we never had complaints from closer neighbors. His constant threats quickly grew old, so the past half dozen times he has complained I've called his bluff and told him to call the police. The police have never shown up. Anyway, last time we went to the court to play at our usual Sunday time, we see this old guy on a stepladder with a screwdriver trying to unscrew the hoops. Needless to say I called the police and hilarity ensued. Note, no actual hilarity ensued. The police just told the old guy to leave and we put the hoop back up. TLDR, angry old man who uses the police as a threat has the tables turned on him. This one is a little bit different. My father, brother and I were backpacking in Italy for 1 month. We had got off the train in Napoli. It was dark. We were disoriented and having a hard time finding the apartment that we had rented months earlier. We had a long look, but were unable to locate it in the maze that is Napoli. My father had the phone number of the apartment owners, so he told us to wait on the steps of our suspected apartment building. We sat there for some time watching people coming and going, and generally enjoying the people watching. After about 30 minutes an old man comes out of the apartment and begins to shout at us in Italian. We have no bloody clue what he is saying, and he begins to make threatening gestures with his arms. 2 nuns hurry over to us and begin to try and usher us to their convent where we can spend the night. Turns out the old man thought we were drunks trying to sleep on his steps, and no matter how many times we explained it to the nuns they wouldn't understand. Moments later my father shows up and hurries us away. All's well that ends well. One time when I was about 14, I was pretty sick, so my mom took me to the doctor's office. On the way there we had to stop and get gas, so my mom gets out and starts filling up the car. Out of nowhere, some redneck in a huge ass pickup truck pulls up in front of our minivan, pretty much blocking us in. He rolls down his window and starts yelling all sorts of profanities at me, telling me that I'm a lazy prick for not pumping the gas for my mom. It isn't even legal for a 14-year-old to pump gas. He continues to yell about how I'm exactly what is wrong with my generation, etc. The whole time I'm just sitting there wrapped up in my blanket, half dazed, and wondering what is going on. Eventually, my mom realizes what is happening and tells a dude to piss off and that he is an idiot. She got back in the car and drove me to the doctor's office without saying a word. It's ironic that one of the least pleasant people I've ever encountered tried to tell me to be more chivalrous as whole. I was driving down the road along Lake Michigan and I was eating some sunflower seeds. It was a gorgeous summer day, so instead of using a cup or bottle to spit the empty shells into, I was naturally spitting them out of my window. Anyways, I get pulled over, and I'm thinking, why the hell is this cop stopping me? I was driving too over, and literally had done nothing at all to warrant this. So the cop comes up, and says, "Sir, I have had a report that you have been littering. What do you have to say about this?" I was completely taken aback by this, and assured the cop that nothing had been tossed out my window. I say to him that I have no idea what he is talking about. Meanwhile this lady pulls up behind the cop and comes over and says yes, this is him. He was dropping litter out of his window. At this point I realize that I had been spitting my sunflower seeds out, and this is what the lady thought was litter. So I show the cop the bag of sunflower seeds and explain to him how I had been eating them for some time, spitting them out of my window. He starts to laugh, asks if he could have a handful of seeds for himself, and says to the lady, "Everything looks fine here, move along." She has the most embarrassed look as she walks sulkily back to her car. The cop apologizes to me for the inconvenience, thanks me for the seeds, and drives on off. Point TLDR. Lady calls cops on me for littering, aka spitting sunflower seeds out of my window while driving. 2 stories, both involving my puppy/dog, Light, named after my PKMN Blue Charizard. First story, me and my friend, her boyfriend and Light were doing a cross-country drive from New York to California. When we arrived near Kansas, we found a nice looking little coffee shop and decided to stop for a bathroom break and getting some milkshakes and coffee. The friend, who we will call Selena, said she would take a coffee and will relax with Light, who looks like this. http://dogbridinfo.com/images12/ close bracket. The boyfriend said he will relax with her. I buy him a Snickers bar and go out to give it to him. I see that Light has snuggled up to Selena and is sleeping peacefully. I give him the bar and walk back into the store, ordering some coffees. I wait about 5 minutes and receive the stuff. I walk back outside and see a mob of 3 females outside. They are yelling and crap and trying to break my car windows. I rush over and try to ask about what's happening and was yelled at me about abusing the dog and Selena, saying that the boyfriend was yelling and cursing at her. By now, Selena and Light are waking up and Light starts yipping excitedly at the lady. She starts to flip even more about the dog, saying it's in pain and I should be arrested for abuse. Selena is awake now and shoots me a confused look. 2 hours later, the 3 women leave, muttering about today's youth. What Light looks like now. Cute. Going the other way with this one, my ex-girlfriend once stole a cat. When we were in high school, I would go over her house all the time and see a black cat wandering around the neighborhood. The cat was friendly, well fed/trimmed, and still had claws, so someone was taking take of it. I guess they just let it out every now and then. We're from the suburbs, it's common. It seems my ex and her sister watched it wandering around enough to warrant taking the cat in. Their mom agreed with them, and they decided to keep the cat. Now the absolutely horrific part, the part one still can't understand almost a decade later, is that the owner came looking for the cat. Apparently the owner, a kid in like middle school, went knocking on the doors of all the houses in the neighborhood searching for his little black cat. And my ex's mom or sister simply lied to his face. I couldn't even imagine what that must have looked like. They still have that cat. And every now and then I visit and see the cat. And I have no idea how to accept it yet. Edit. I should add that my ex and her family are very nice people and treat their animals very well. My ex even volunteers at a dog shelter 2 or 3 times a week. In high school, I played baseball. At the end of the state championship game, a bench clearing brawl broke out. This happened because the only run in that game was scored when our guy on third plowed over their catcher and scored. 2 outs, bottom of the last inning. Our team proceeded to charge the field and celebrate on top of their unconscious catcher's head. This happened to upset them. Their bench cleared and they started throwing punches. Being the catcher on our team that knew what had happened instantly, I rushed out to help my colleague. As I was pulling him out of the bottom of the pile, a couple of their coaches grabbed me. One had me in a headlock, another in a half Nelson. I was screaming that I was helping, but their poor catcher continued to get people pushed on him and stomped with metal spikes. I finally elbowed one of the coaches, broke free, and pulled him out. The coach I'd hit was charging at me until he finally saw what I was doing at the last minute. He apologized profusely and babbled his reasoning. The other just stood there, arms folded. This all happened in a space of about 45 seconds. TLDR. Because I was the biggest person on the field, the coaches automatically assumed I was going out to wreak havoc on their team. I was the only one helping the injured player. I don't know why I'm admitting to this. Killing time after work, drinking coffee outside of a Starbucks. The outdoor area faces a street. Tons of cars parked in front of the tables and seats. Out of nowhere, I hear a slightly distressed sounding meow. Well, that was queer. I forgot about it until it happened again and again. Each time sounding more desperate. Point. If an animal is in pain, I won't just walk away, but I was really unclear on what was happening. A lady a table or two away looked at me, and I gave her the cocked eyebrow. She offered, "I think there's a cat stuck in that car." Of course, we both got on our hands and knees and looked under the car for approximately 10 seconds before deciding that, yup, there's a cat trapped under the hood, and it will die in a painful way soon. We each went to nearby stores and bars asking if anybody owned the car. We needed to get that hood open to save this cat's life. Nobody we came across owned the car. Nobody seemed to have any suggestions either. "I'm calling animal control," the woman said, right before I never saw her again. "I'll wait here. I'm now solely responsible," which is cool, because I'll look like a hero. Animal control eventually arrived, and I directed them to the car, where they too could hear the cat. Officer 1 is trying to figure out what he can do to somebody else's car. Officer 2 inspected the underside of the car for about 5 seconds before a stupid motherfucker of a cat comes shooting out onto the sidewalk. Both officers looked annoyed, sighed in my direction, packed their stuff, and left as whole cat sat on the sidewalk. First of all, this is a throwaway account. I've been threatened over my articles before, so now I'm trying to be a little more cautious to continue with these dog-themed stories. I first have to offer backstory. I used to write articles that were definitely not PC. I wrote one about bare knuckle boxing, and another about a guy who I met on a Greyhound bus and later asked to appear in my article. Let me stress, I don't go around making these kind of friends because of their professions. I usually don't learn about them until later, after we've hung out a bit, or I'm connected to them by someone who says they're a good guy who made meth. One of these articles on dog fighting, I don't condone it, but I will say that I was surprised by how different it was from what I heard. But in the end, I was just saying what I saw. I wrote a lot of this article around these two trainers, and they had a whole kennel of dogs. There was this one dog that had won several fights, so they retired it as a stud, but for some reason that I don't know, it wasn't able to perform its duty. They were going to get rid of it, but they didn't know anyone who would take a dog like it off their hands, so I volunteered to keep it with me until I found a home for it. It really wouldn't be hard. The dog was scarred up from the fights, but was otherwise healthy, and was a really playful and energetic dog, very high energy. So I was walking it on the greenbelt when I got stopped by my ex-girlfriend's lovely mother, we'll call her Mrs. R, who went around town saying I was an alcoholic because she saw me have a beer when I was 16. Being a social worker and a volunteer at all this stuff around town, she recognized the signs of a fighting dog, and doing what I've noticed they do most, stick her nose where it doesn't belong. At first she was reasonable, asking me if I was using the dog for fights. I denied it, but before I could explain, she asked again, I answered again, and this back and forth went on, and she just got increasingly pissed, until she was full on yelling at me. People were stopping on the greenbelt and just staring at me and her. I tried walking away, but she just followed me. Eventually, I lost my temper, and yelled some things I had wanted to say for a very long time. She was pretty much speechless. I walked off, got in my car, and drove home. I got a pretty annoyed text from my ex, but otherwise, all was cool. Then sometime around the middle of the next day, sheriffs come by my house, ask me to come down to their office, and talk with them about my dog. I freak out, not angry freak out, nervous freak out, tell them that I can't, and ended up arguing with them. They said they could either haul me off in handcuffs, or I could come peacefully. So I had to drive down there. The lovely Mrs. R is there, and so we talk for a bit. She keeps on talking me down, and her word generally has a bit more weight as I'm the troublemaker who writes about bad people and she's a social worker. So eventually, I didn't know what else to do but offer the sheriff permission to come by and poke around my house for evidence of anything. I didn't get charged with dog fighting, though the sheriff did confiscate my weed. P.S. The dog is now living with an old friend of mine, his 2 Pyrenean mountain dogs, several chickens, and a billy goat named Rampage. I love that he owns it so much, it's weirdly cool. The dog has a big ass plot, to run around on, and with the exception of the occasional tangle with a coyote, doesn't fight or hurt anything. I have bags under my eyes. Just dark bags. I also tended to not play outside much because I played northeast with my dad or friends a lot. So I was pale with these massive bags under my eyes. In 3rd grade a teacher grew convinced they were black eyes, and I was being beaten and barred from playing outside like a healthy child should. She sent me home with a note for an emergency parent-teacher conference, and my parents asked if I had done anything. I had no idea what was going on. Doesn't help, I guess, that I always wore hand-me-downs from my relatives. So I guess I just looked like an orphan almost. The teacher apparently had a lot to say to my parents asking why I had black eyes and was pale and looked grubby, had unkempt hair. My parents told me they could only explain with he plays video games and wears second-hand clothes. My parents told me when I got older that at a few conferences thereafter people had similar concerns for anyone saying maybe iron deficiency. Nope. Got blood work done for ferritin and B12. I just have a darker pigmentation around my eyes. I've got a lab/pitbull mix that has a lot of health problems. I can't walk her very far because of some of them, and as such she has gained a little weight. She still really enjoys the walks though, so we try to take her on short spurts or long walks with lots of intermittent breaks. One day I'm at the park taking one of these breaks when a woman stops her kids in front of me and proceeds to start ranting about what an asshole I was and how irresponsible I was. I kind of just sat there confused for a few moments and finally asked what exactly the problem was. Upon hearing my ignorance, the woman begins an all-out screaming session accusing me of slowly murdering my dog and that if she could she would lock me in a house all day to see how I liked it. I realized she was upset because of my dog's weight, and as nicely as a pissed off person can be, told her that I didn't neglect my dog. It was just the opposite in fact, and that she was on various drugs for thyroid issues and her cancer. Woman proceeds to tell me that if I exercised my dog to begin with, that she never would have contracted cancer in the first place. What the fuck? She then walks off, basically twisting her daughter's arm in the process, and tells her, you know Molly, some people just shouldn't have kids. I lost it and started laughing hysterically. TLDR. Stupid bitch accused me of neglecting my dog for being overweight and doesn't know how cancer works. A few years back we had an older dog named Sunny. He was very friendly and even an attention hog. Well, we would always let him out to do his business in the grass near the garages behind our condo. Since he was an older dog and well behaved, he had been doing this for years and never wandered more than 10 feet from the house. So one day my dad lets him out to pee, come back 5 minutes later and Sunny is gone. He looks up the block to see a car he didn't recognize parked in the alley. As he runs over to the car to ask if they saw a dog run off, he notices Sunny in the passenger seat, happy to be taking a ride with a complete stranger. My dad explains to the woman that this is our dog and that he was simply out to pee behind the house and in fact not a stray or run away. She proceeds to explain to him that he better keep an eye out for his dog because there are a lot of crazy people out there who would just pick him up if they saw him on the street. Yes, crazy people like her. I was out camping in the bushes with my friends and another group of people who we didn't know camped beside our site. They had a dog that was extremely well trained, wouldn't bark, would stay at a spot for hours while the owners went tubing, wouldn't eat food that was obviously on the floor, wouldn't bother our campsite at all. One afternoon, they left the dog near the road beside their car while they went tubing. Some idiotic lady who drove by the road proceeded to honk, yell, whistle, and any other form of noise to get the attention of anyone around that there was a dog on the road. For about half an hour this lady hollered at anyone until one of my friends went to check what the lady wanted. He found that the dog was just laying there beside the car while this lady was yelling the whole time. The owners came back and told the lady to kindly fuck off. TLDR. Someone's dog is on the road. When I was a youngin', 3rd/4th grade ish, me and dad were wrestling in the kitchen. He got a good blow on me and left a little bruise on my right bicep. At the time, I thought nothing of it other than another good jab by my friendly 6 feet 6 inch giant of a father. The next day, it was a little tender, but I wasn't in pain. The teacher at school saw it and asked about it, and I told her the truth. No harm in that, right? She sent me to the guidance counselor's office, who then called in the assistant principal and someone else. I told them over and over it was just one jab that was a little too hard, but I was fine. At that point, I knew what was going through their heads. They called me back out of class later for a phone call with dad. They had called him and expressed concern about my bruise. He told me he was sorry and he would be more careful, and I felt like shit the rest of the day. My 8-year-old understanding was that I just got my dad in super trouble. Point in hindsight, I appreciate their concern, but I wish they would have listened. I was with my ex-girlfriend at the time, and her and I had been walking down the side of the road talking and having fun. We had bought some bug spray because we planned on exploring the woods near us, and they were loaded with mosquitoes. As we headed down the road on the grass, she gave me a quick spray on the arm to mess with me, and I playfully took it and sprayed her back. She gave me a shove and I shoved her back, playfully, and she grabbed me and took me to the ground with her. We laid there laughing, got up, kissed, and went on our way. Now 3 minutes later, I was seriously amazed at the quick response. Two cops drive up and separate us. They start drilling her about something I couldn't hear and nearly slammed me to the ground. When I took a step forward to ask what was going on, I thought the problem was that we had the bug spray because aerosols could only be purchased by adults with an id. By this time, a third cop sub pulled over, and the cop came out of that, in full tack vest and all, and pulled me aside and asked me why I was beating my girlfriend. She actually heard that and just started laughing. She explained that we were only playing, but he was not buying it. I told him the same, and he said that was bullshit, and threatened to call our parents, and tried to search my bag, which I told them they had no right to do. At this point, I got very assertive and told them again that we were only playing, and whoever called them on us as they were driving by obviously didn't see enough to accurately tell that there was any sort of violence going on. They very grudgingly let us on our way, followed us for a bit in their cars, and eventually let us alone. It became a running joke through her family and between us that I was an abusive boyfriend. I have the opposite of the left the dog in a hot car story. It was when I was 17, and I had a 17-year-old car and 2 little 20-ish pound dogs. I moved back and forth from my mom and dad's houses, about 10 minutes drive apart, and I brought my dogs with me. My car unfortunately didn't have a working air conditioner, so I kept all 4 windows wide open. It was 98 degrees F that day. My dogs didn't stick their heads out the window while we were driving, only while stopped at traffic lights, and normally little kids and old women would coo at them. Then we drive off. Point on this day, I arrived at my mother's house and a car pulled in the driveway behind me. I was home alone and this was rather terrifying. I left the dogs in the car with all windows open and stood outside and asked what this person was doing. A 50-something-year-old woman gets out of the car and accuses me of blinding my dogs. I told her my dogs can see quite fine and enjoy our open window car rides. She starts to get angry and tells me all about how they can get dirt and bacteria in their eyes as we drove, and that was only if they didn't jump out. I calmly explained to her that it was necessary to have my windows open or all 3 of us would die. I also explained that my dogs would never jump out, nor do they hang out of the windows while we are moving more than 20 miles per hour, and that I've been driving with them like this for a year. For some reason this enrages her further, and she accuses me of making that up, that all cars have cooling systems and I don't have a convertible, so I should be using it. I point at my car and say something along the lines of, look at my car. It's from 1990. It's obviously really old. The air conditioner's broken, and it's 100 degrees out. She still doesn't believe me, accuses me of wanting to look like the cool kid on the block, asks well then why doesn't it work, to which the only answer I had was I have no idea, I bought the car for $1,500, it came that way, and you really need to leave, my dogs are perfectly fine. Then, despite me looking about 15, she tells me she doesn't believe that either, because this is, insert wealthy suburban town name here, and look at your house. Look at your dogs. You expect me to believe you own dogs that were more expensive than your car? I tell her I don't need to justify why I own a designer dog. One was a mutt, one a fancy $1,500 dog, but she didn't need to know that either, and that I was going to call the police. She finally huffed and left, but not after a solid 30-minute argument. Years ago when I was a kid, out on my grandfather's boat with family, on Canada Day, we were sort of in a fireworks sort of mood, but hadn't thought to pick any up before leaving the marina point, so my grandfather dug out some old, expired flares to play with, called the Coast Guard on the radio and cleared the use of the flares for non-emergency purposes with them. In the vicinity of where we were for the time frame we were going to be using them, and we spent a while shooting flares off in the little bay we were anchored in. Point now, we're in a mid-sized yacht, almost 50 feet long, anchored in a small bay in clear sight of maybe half a dozen other boats, with our own dinghy clearly evident, maybe 20 meters from shore, with the water flat as glass. There's about a half dozen of us aboard. Point after a while, cue this random guy coming over in this tiny little row boat. He insists he's there to rescue us, because we must be sinking to be using flares on the ocean. He was proposing to evacuate us all in his row boat, and got very upset and self-righteous when we laughed it off, and invited him aboard, to share dinner/dessert/drinks/ I don't really recall offhand. Point he turned the offer down, and ranted for a while, standing and wobbling wildly in his little row boat, cursing us mightily. Another dog story. I have 2 border collie/beagle/lab crosses, and, for some reason, they love to swim at the beach. They swim from the beach, around the headland, and around to the docks most days, which is probably about a mile, Aussie, so I'm guessing as best I can hear. Anyway, my 2 dogs tend to make a lot of noise when they are swimming, because they get excited chasing birds and whatnot. Problem is that people assume that they are in trouble. So around swim my 2 dogs into the quay making whining noises and barking as they swam through. I was walking along the boardwalk beside them when a woman came up to me. She started scolding and yelling at me saying that I was a horrible dog owner and that my dogs were clearly in distress. I told her that they were in no danger and do it on a regular basis, but she was having none of it. Then along comes a crowd of about 7 people, all calling to my dogs and trying to get them to swim to them whilst calling me a bad person. I walked to the boat ramp so that the dogs could get back to me, angry mob still in tow. The dogs looked at me, barked happily, and kept swimming past the ramp. The worst part is that they kept yelling at me after that. Point TLDR, my dogs swam into the docks. People yelled at me because I was clearly a bad owner, like I had forced them to swim, then kept yelling at me as the dogs swam happily past the boat ramp, barking joyously and chasing seagulls. It was my birthday and a friend of mine's day as well. I should say that she's my ex-girlfriend. We are still friends. We both rented out a hotel room so that we can party with our friend and crash in the hotel room rather than drive home. Point after the bar, a few of us went back to the hotel to continue partying. It was almost 3 in the morning. There was 3 girls, 3 guys. So my ex-girlfriend went off with a guy somewhere else on the top floor of the hotel unbeknownst to me. The top floor of the hotel is actually all under construction with the exception of our room, so all of the doors were actually taken off the hinge to accommodate the construction. Just as I was ready to call it a night, one of the girl ran into my room and was panicking about how the guy that my ex-girlfriend ran off with might be hurting her. She takes me to one of the room that was being remodeled, but was the only one that had a door on it. She said that the ex-girlfriend had been screaming on and off, but the door was locked. The both of us put our ear against the door to listen in. There was some moment of silence. Sometimes there was laughters, some screaming. So I figured they were just horsing around. Point. Just as I walked back to the room, there was a loud scream. She was obviously in distress. So I banged on the door and told the guy to unlock it now, but he wouldn't do it. So I started kicking down the door and it wouldn't budge. After the 4th kick, there was crack appearing and the guy finally opened the door. I proceed to grab him by the shirt, threw him out of the room, while the other girls tended to my ex-girlfriend. The guy was scared shitless by the look of his face. He and his buddy ran off. Point turns out that the ex-girlfriend just twisted her knee during the whole shenanigans. When I was in middle school I would wait after school at the library for my mom to pick me up every day. Well, one day, before everyone had cell phones mind you, she gets there and my brothers, 2 and 3 at the time, were asleep in their car seats. It's about a 20-foot walk from the car to the front of the library, where I was waiting. She got out of the car and walked up to the door, which was around a corner, to get me. She was gone maybe 30 seconds to a minute point. Well, some lady saw my mom get out of the car with the kids asleep in their car seats. When my mom and I return to the car, the lady goes ballistic on us and calls the police, going on and on about how terrible of a parent she is and refuses to move from behind our car, much like the lady in Op's story. This was winter time in Arizona, 60 to 70 degrees F, and she was only away from the car for a minute. She didn't even go inside the building. I'm all for calling attention to bad parents who risk their children's lives, but there really was no harm done here. We waited for over 2 hours before the police showed up, and it was an awful mess. The lady swore up and down my mom had been in the library for hours with the kids out there, and eventually I ended up crying and explaining again how she simply walked up to the door to get me, and how she would never hurt my brothers and blah blah blah. Eventually they apologized for the lady harassing us and went on their way. Horrible though. Some people really should spend their time tattling on people who are really doing harm. A couple of years ago my friend and I were having a few beers outside on his patio with a small clay oven fire going, talking quietly to ourselves, nothing rowdy. At some point we noticed his neighbor peering out from behind a curtain at us. This neighbor had a history of being a little unique. We joked to each other that he was probably going to call the police for a noise complaint on our barely audible conversation. A few minutes go by, and we hear sirens, loud sirens, and see flashing lights. Then we hear a huge diesel engine pull up. 4 firefighters come around the side of the house, fully kitted up, looking for a blazing inferno. This guy had told them a shed was on fire, and was going to light up his house. They asked us to put it out. It just barely qualified as an open fire, which was his band, joked about the idiot next door, and told us to enjoy our beers. He cursed at us from his front porch after they scolded him for making a false report. I worked as an itinerant Brit on an American summer camp for 2 summers. Best time of my life. Now, I shall admit the first year we may have had a few parties with beers and campfires. When the kids weren't there, they went home on weekends. The second year, there was a stricter regime in place, so we'd end up at people's houses for party time. So, the camp was on a lake, as I'm led to believe, is 80s coming of age comedy lore, and it was 4th of We're nice, so we gave America back July. We went to a friend's house, none of the young, hip and cool staff were on site, and we ended up staying over. Much fun had. We returned Sunday morning, staff meeting in preparation for the new bunch of kids turning up, and myself and a couple of the older mature ones get dragged into the office and straight into a sheet storm. The boss is reaming us out for having a massive party. I ask why they think that, and I'm told the crazy lady running the horse camp heard loud music down by the lake. I point out that, well, it was 4th of July, there's lots of houses around the lake, and sound travels. Could it have been that? Eventually convince the boss we'd been away all weekend. Crazy horse lady really didn't like me after that point. Epically scary epilogue. Local legend has it the crazy lady who ratted us out went for real crazy, shot her dogs, her horses, and burned down her house with her in it. Horrific. I used to have neighbors who would call the cops on us constantly, eventually just calling when they could see that we were home. Always for noise. We did have it coming the first 2 times, after bar party, loud music, etc., but we cleaned up our act pretty fast. They would send cops when we'd be, like, watching TV at a reasonable volume with the windows open, or if someone was smoking a cigarette out on our balcony. I don't know how they sent the cops to our unit every single time, as these were 2 adjacent apartment buildings. I didn't even know their names, number, or numbers, or apartment number. I didn't even know what they looked like. Every single time, the cop would show up, and we'd either be in bed, or watching a movie with the sound turned down really low. I actually got woken up a couple of times. At one point, they actually had a cop come up to their apartment to shine a light in my face and tell me that he'd fuck me up if I didn't meet him downstairs. Since there was a light in my face, I didn't even know he was a cop until he turned it off. I wanted to send a paper airplane with my phone number and a polite note across the alley, but I figured they'd call it harassment or some fool thing. I guess in hindsight, I should have just counted the number of floors up / units back it was, and called in a violent domestic dispute when they'd yell at each other, which was pretty often. We were a couple of bipolar weirdos though, so it got to the point where, as soon as we heard yelling, we'd open our bedroom windows and have really loud sex. They were still the worst ones, though. I skateboard, so I deal with these people all the time. Sometimes it's reasonable criticism. People will say, "Why you scrape up marble ledge?" To which I usually politely shrug and say something to the effect of "I know," and go on scraping up marble ledge. Then there's the death wish defenders of public infrastructure and safety. I've had people sit on things I was trying to skate and refuse to move, like they're blocking a logger from tearing down an endangered tropical hardwood. Guys with ponytails who know martial arts are always eager to point out they could kick my ass and that I better grow up and stop skating. Women who pick up their children when they see me coming a block away and scream at me for endangering them and their children. Same with owners of little dogs. Note, I'm always very respectful and give these folks a wide berth, but 25 feet isn't enough for some shrill hyper-defensive morons. There's so many of these types. Fellow shredders, who am I forgetting? I don't know if it's a talent I have, but when the police are involved they always side with me. I think it's because I keep my cool while these idiots are blowing gaskets. The last place I lived in was a fourplex, and all of us were cat owners. All of us. Many of the cats were outdoor cats, and one cat in particular belonged to one of the guys in the downstairs suites. This cat had a wonky front paw. It was crooked and bent, and so he hobbled on, bent over, putting all the weight on his little kitty elbow. I once asked the guy what had happened to the cat, and he told me he'd been hit by a car when he was a kitten, but the bones couldn't be straightened for some reason or another, and so he simply grew up like that. Now this was a happy cat. Every night when I walked home from work he'd come to meet me, and I'd spend 5 or 10 minutes playing with him on our front lawn. He was well fed, happy, content, and had lots of kitty friends, and the entire neighborhood adored him. Now, one day a friend of mine came to pick me up for a movie. This cat so happened to be stretched out sleeping in front of my door, and I heard her exclaim in shock before I answered. "Oh, you poor thing, kitty." Meowed. "Oh, I know, sweetheart, I know." I open the door and she's immediately like, "We need to take this cat to the vet." I gave her a crazy look. "The cat's fine. Come on, we are going to be late." Look at her paw. It's a he. And his paw has been like that for years. Jess. Seriously, he's not in any pain. Let's go. But she went on this crazy rant, saying how could I be so callous when I have cats of my own? How could I stand to see him like that when he's in pain? And despite my protests, she grabbed the cat and walked to the car where our other friends were waiting. I followed, trying to explain to her that the cat was faking fine, but she wouldn't listen. And his owner wasn't home, so I couldn't very well go and get him to give an explanation. I was pissed, and instead of driving to a vet, she drove to a police station, where I told the officer my story, and he told my friend to take the cat back, because he just sat on the counter purring, while I petted him. So we took the cat back, and were then late for our movie. Thanks, Jess. When I was in high school I used to also be a magician. Me and my friends would dress up and try to pick up girls at circus. We all carried little bags with decks of cards and other props. I had, and still have, a Goldfield men's purse. Call it a man bag if you are insecure. I called it a Barcelo, which is what I had heard it called in Italy when I was much younger. Dad stationed there in the Air Force. Anyway, a woman starts yelling at me about stealing the purse from another woman's baby carriage. I opened it, pulled my driver's license out from it, and showed her it contained decks of cards and such. 10 minutes later I'm going toward the bathroom when I notice that I'm being surrounded by men. I'm herded into the bathroom by security. The woman reported that she saw me take the purse. I go through the same routine, except I'm against the wall, and they are the one pulling my ID out. They are talking back and forth on their radios, and asking me the same questions over and over. This goes on for over 30 minutes. I ask if anybody has reported having their purse stolen. I point out that it is filled with my stuff. I'm told that I could have dumped the contents and replaced them with my stuff. My reply was, yeah, because that makes sense. I'm also upset because they dumped everything out on the wet countertop. Finally I ask them to read my name off my driver's license. I'm fuming angry at this point and yell at the guy to read my full name off the driver's license. He finally does. I then ask him what would make my initials. He says my initials. I then ask him if he was also saying that I took the time to have my initials embossed on purse. They let me go, but I went down to the security office and complained that they had ruined my invisible deck by letting it sit in the water. The head guy said something I don't exactly remember, but I counted by implying that I had bought it at the magic shop that was in Circus at the time, which I didn't, but knew they would back me up on. I wound up working there for a little while about a year later. I don't remember how this countered his argument, but he made one of the other security guys give me $30. I think this story counts. Me and one of my best friends lived in the same apartment building in our teenage years, so we would hang out all the time and knock on each other's doors whenever we wanted, etc. One afternoon in grade 8, my friend called me to hang out but I couldn't. About an hour later, she knocked on my door with a poorly decorated note and held it up to the peephole. It said something like, "This is the police. Open the door and hang out with us." I wasn't dressed for the day, so I just yelled to the door, "Sorry man, I can't hang out today." Fast forward to a few hours later, there's a knock at my door, and I thought it was her again. I was dressed properly when I opened the door to a faking SWAT team. Some faking ass hat on my floor, picked up the note and thought it said to call the police. My friend threw the note on the ground and thought nothing of it. Hours earlier, they came into my apartment and searched the place just to make sure nothing was wrong. They had the note and asked me if I knew what it was. Obviously I said I didn't know where it came from because I didn't want to get my friend in trouble. There were a few crazes in my building. When my mom found out, she was pissed and said that my friend was bad news. We are still best friends and it's been like 12 years or something since. When my mother and I were emigrating to the US from Asia, we stopped in Hawaii before entering into California. My mother was pregnant with my sister at the time, and I was only 2 years old. On the other side of the world my dad was serving in the military. So we are at the airport and my mother is trying to sign all the paperwork for our next flight, all the while trying to hold on to me and our luggage. I start crying and throwing a tantrum, so a flight attendant says that she can leave me with the airport daycare for a little bit so that she can finish whatever she needs to do. So I'm in the daycare area and am doing fine, but within 10 minutes I start bawling. This big Samoan flight attendant thinks I've been abandoned at the daycare, and instead of asking the daycare attendant he just grabs me and starts running to the nearest flight terminal. My mom sees this big Samoan man running off with me and starts sprinting and yelling at us. Security comes running with my mom and they all catch up with the Samoan man on one of the planes. He tries to apologize to my mother, she slaps him, and he gets arrested for almost kidnapping me. Why he thought it was a good idea to run me onto a plane to God knows where is beyond me. TLDR, Samoan flight attendant thinks I'm abandoned, tries to kidnap me, Olympic race ensues. I have been the vigilante in a situation before. I don't regret it either. It was a few years ago when we had a horrendous summer in New York, like 99-degree days for a few weeks. Basically this husky was in a car for 2 hours. Yes, I kept track. I went to every store in the shopping plaza where the car was parked and had them page the owner to no avail. I called the police, they showed up and busted the window out and gave the dog some water. The worst timing ever happened because the owner came running out and yelled up a shitstorm saying she was only in the store for 2 minutes and she wanted me arrested. Well, unfortunately for her I had taken a picture of the license plate and it was time-stamped. I showed the police the picture and they wrote her a ticket for animal cruelty. She tried to sue me, but the judge threw it out because of the police report. Dumb cunt. The other time I was on the receiving end of misplaced unspent time. I was visiting my grandparents who live in middle of nowhere, Georgia. I had wandered off in the parking lot when I went out with my grandfather, total southern gentleman by the way, and some weird dude came up to me and asked where my parents were. I told him I was with my grandfather and we were going to the store. He says he doesn't believe me and said he was going to call the cops and have them pick me up. Literally 2 seconds later, as he's dragging me through a populated parking lot, my grandfather screeches to a halt in front of us, jumps out, and pumps his 12 gauge one-handed, like they do in the movies, and tells a guy to stop moving, or he's going to kill him. Dude freaks out, and backs away, then runs off. Second story is a positive encounter. I was again visiting my grandparents who took me to the swamp down there, which was my favorite place to visit. We go walking around, and I pop a squat on the bank next to a river to look at the golden orb weaver spiders. Out of nowhere this guy runs at me and snatches me up and shuttles me up to a shack and lectures me about sitting too close to the banks. Apparently the largest alligator in the park had his eye on me for lunch. Good times. TLDR, called the cops on a negligent owner, almost got kidnapped, almost eaten by a 16-foot alligator. This is more of an annoying concerned citizen story. My parents were away for the 2 weeks. My brother and I were taking that time to catch up on our indoor weed smoking time, which was few and far between. A few hours after we began our sesh, we hear the sound that no stoner likes to hear. Sirens. We stop, hoping that they will pass, but they don't. I run to the front door and see a fire truck sitting in front of our house. I then continue to run around the whole house, closing all of the windows and blinds. Paranoid as fuck at this point, my bro and I become completely silent, listening to the firefighters inspect the exterior of the house. A few chuckles here and there. They conclude, obviously from the smell, that it was just a bunch of stoners and leave. TLDR. Thanks to some overprotective or undereducated neighbors, I had the rush of my young, sheltered life, all because they couldn't tell the difference between smoke and smoke. I used to have a one-eyed cat, and his bad eye would get all gunky and nasty, even after we cleaned it out. We did that every few days, and we couldn't afford to get surgery on it, so he'd just have fur covering it, and he was always really skinny. While my other cat is bigger, they like to sit in the window in my living room, one lying in the window, the other usually on the back of my chair, and someone passed by and proceeded to climb through the bushes to get my one-eyed cat. My mom asked them what they were doing, and they told us, I'm going to save this cat. He only has one eye. It's all dirty and infected, and you don't feed him. I bet you only feed the other one and never give this one food. Our friend owns a restaurant in a rural town, and she got stray cats in the back a lot because she put leftovers of what people didn't eat in the back, and she found a kitten sitting in a mud puddle because his mom left him there to die, so my family took him in. He lived 4 years and was perfectly fine. My other cat was afraid of him at first. He's a wuss for being named after the Joker. I couldn't believe that someone was going to take the screen off our window / cut it to get this old orange and white, one-eyed cat, because we were mistreating him. TLDR. Someone tried to cut the screen on my living room window to rescue my starving, abused cat while my mom and I were both in the room. I'll see you and raise you. I have a 6-year-old Malamute mix who, thanks to his lovely first owner, he's a rescue, has pretty terrible separation anxiety, howling, destruction, bodily waste, the whole nine. He does much better in the truck, note, in the bed of the truck, with a white camper shell and a big bucket of water, though he still makes a hell of a racket. Not only that, but I've wired a 10W solar panel direct to an exhaust fan, so if he is in there and is in the sun, the air is changed out about once a minute. So, on a 60-degree day I left him in there, in the shade, in a concrete parking structure, and walked out to much the same tableau. It's gotten to be so bloody obnoxious that I've taken to leaving a sign on my dash with a note explaining his situation, and with my cell phone number on it, so people will call me with their stupidity instead of vandalizing my truck. It's a Google Voice number, so I can block people. As an aside, I was camping this weekend, and we had left the site around 8 AM, and were gone until 1 PM. When we came back there was a dog in a crate inside a tent crying non-stop. You aren't allowed to leave your dogs unattended at the campground. It was 92 degree F that day. We told the ranger around 5 p.m. that there was an unattended dog stuck inside a crate/tent and has been there for at least 5 hours so far. Ranger checked it out, called the sheriff, who then came by and checked it out. They kept coming by occasionally to check for the owners. They finally showed up around 10 p.m. Ranger went by and stopped a few times after that, and in the morning stopped by again. We didn't see what was happening since it was around 60 yards away, but we walked by to go hiking, and there were 2 crates out of the tents in the middle of the site with no dogs in them. A lady in her 50s sitting in her tent on the cot on her cell phone, so we think the ranger took the dogs. I feel kinda bad about it, but it was pretty damn hot and the dog was crying non-stop for 9+ hours. I was recently at a public pool and used a combination lock that I hadn't used in months to lock my locker. I forgot the combination to the lock and as a result had to ask one of the police officers at the pool, this is in New York City, to cut the lock open. After cutting the lock and examining the locker, he asked me what items were in there to verify that it was in fact my stuff. After being satisfied with my answer, he gave me my stuff and I proceeded to change into the clothes that was in my bag. All of a sudden an undercover cop came over, identified himself and asked me to follow him. I complied and he checked my ID and claimed it looked nothing like me. I was 17 in the photo and I'm currently 29. I told him the other cop, who was in full uniform, had already confirmed that it was my locker and jokingly asked why would the clothes in a random locker that I convinced a cop to open fit me so well. He did not find the humor in it and kept me there for about 15 minutes before allowing me to leave. TLDR, but undercover cop harasses me after a uniformed cop had to cut my lock off a locker at a public pool. I was at my little sister's football game. She was a cheerleader and I was playing some catch off to the side. Some kid started yelling stuff at us that a kid his age shouldn't even know, so I tossed the football in his direction and he ran off. I thought it was over. Next thing I know, some old lady is pulling the policeman at the game towards my friend and I. She begins yelling at me how she is the neighborhood watch or something for her city and she saw me strike a little boy in the head with a rock. The officer takes her word over mine, no questions asked, and starts yelling at my friend and I about brain damage and whatnot. I thought it was funny and frankly I was a little nervous, so I started laughing. He cop threatened to throw me in juvie if I laughed one more time. He eventually let us go if we promised to leave the park. We just moved to another area and kept throwing the ball around. When I was about 12 years old, a friend and I walked down the street to Rite Aid, like Walgreens. We had a couple allowance dollars and were going to get some candy before an afternoon of video games. We tooled around the candy aisle, joking while we were figuring out what we wanted. Eventually, we walked up to the register, candy and money in hand. There was an older, 60s, man standing there talking to the cashier as we approached the counter. He got right up in our faces. What you boys think you're doing? What do you think you're getting away with? Wah. And nothing. Watcha. Got in your pockets? Huh. Empty your pockets. At this point I'm freaking out. I was a wuss, had always followed the rules, and I looked down and almost began weeping because I suddenly realized I was wearing sweat pants and I had no pockets. To show him point I froze at his gaze. I'm wearing sweat pants. No pockets. I choked out. Me too, said my friend. We slowly shuffled to the counter and paid for our hard-won candy under his watchful stare. As we walked out of the store, he shouted, "I'll catch you kids next time." We relived those few moments for the rest of the day, talking about what an asshole he was and how wrong he was. But that stupid old man Vigilante is still with me. To this day, over 20 years later, I get very anxious when someone I'm with picks up something in a store and travels any distance with it, unless they're going to buy it, lest someone thinks they're going to steal it. And because of that event I have never even contemplated shoplifting any day of my life. TLDR, when I was a kid, a crazy old vigilant man scared the shit and shoplifting out of me. Growing up, I had 2 dogs, a German Shepherd/Dingo mix and a Papillon. He was about 20 pounds tops. The Papillon liked to wander to neighbors' yards, so he usually was tied up. If the dogs were in the front yard without supervision. I was outside playing basketball with my brother one day when a female black lab wandered onto our property. No big deal, we are a dog friendly family. Except suddenly the freaking dog attacks my papillon, who was asleep in the grass. She clamped her jaws around his neck and damn near killed him. The German Shepherd ran over with murderous intentions and chased the lab off. He probably would have ripped her throat out if we didn't call him off, but he didn't even touch her, so we call animal control, and I go out looking for the dog with a leash, intending to capture it and hand it over to the dog catcher, or at least get owner contact information off its collar. I cornered it in a cul-de-sac and started searching its tags for a name or phone number when a black minivan pulls up, and this 40-something lady jumps out in her pajamas thanking me for finding her lost dog. So I inform her that her dog attacked my dog and that my brother was currently treating his wounds, trying to stop the bleeding. So the lady flips shit on me and says that my dog must have provoked her lab and that the lab was clearly defending herself. She says that she's going to have my dog put down for violence, threatens to call the cops for me stealing her dog, takes the leash from me by force, and drives off with the dog and my leash in a van with no plates. Because her dog came onto my property and attacked my sleeping puppy. Oh, people. When my daughter was a baby, I saw my neighbor's toddler walking towards the 5-lane road outside our apartment. I put my child in her crib as quickly as I could, then ran out after the other child. I didn't know her name, so all I could think to yell was, "Hey, hey." The little girl made it to the curb, saw me and ran straight out into traffic. Luckily, the car saw her stopped. I scooped her up about halfway across the road. A woman got out of her car and started screaming at me for being a terrible mom. I was so freaked out by everything I just froze, couldn't say a word. The woman then slapped me and said she was calling the police. I just walked back to my apartment, checked on my baby, then went through the hallway to my neighbor's to return her child. When she opened the door and I explained what had happened, she said, "Oh, wow, I didn't even know she was gone," and shut the door. About an hour later, the police came by and I had to explain what happened. I think he believed me, since the child in my apartment wasn't walking yet, but he wasn't very friendly about the whole thing. Last week at the dog park, a woman told my son that his dog was going to die if he didn't start feeding him raw meat. He said she followed him around for 30 minutes, badgering him. During my junior year of college, I went on a retreat with a bunch of other college kids. It was in Wisconsin in the middle of January and freaking freezing, but we all decided to man up and play some broomball. If you've never played broomball, just imagine hockey with brooms instead of sticks and a small ball in place of the puck. We all got pretty into it, and my shins got destroyed from being smacked repeatedly, and the rest of me was bruised pretty badly from all the shoving, falling, and other tomfoolery we made a part of our game. I also tend to bruise pretty easily, but hey, shit happens. Best game ever. Unfortunately, I also happened to be on the college's cheerleading squad, and was a flyer girl that gets thrown in the air, so wearing long pants to avoid questions was not an option. My coach took one look at me and was convinced I'd been beaten. She took me to the corner of the gym telling me how I was safe and could trust her, blah blah blah. I repeated the same story, said I was fine, but she was pretty convinced my boyfriend had beaten me. She didn't do much else, but my poor boyfriend got some pretty nasty looks from random people around campus for the rest of his college career. TLDR, bruised like a peach, played a violent broomball game. Boyfriend was blamed for beating me. When my husband and I moved home to rural Nebraska, we had just gotten a new puppy. We had to get him a name collar, so we left him in the kennel in the back of our Durango. We literally were inside for 15 minutes. When we walked out, 3 police cars were surrounding our vehicle and an older woman was sobbing uncontrollably on the ground by our vehicle, while we watched the police trying to see through the tinted windows and deciding what to do. My husband said, "What the fuck?" quite loudly, and a deputy heard him and approached us. He asked us if that was our vehicle and I said, "Yes, of course. What's going on?" He looked at our 2-year-old son, scratched his head and said, "You didn't happen to lock a baby in the back of your Durango, have you?" My husband and I stared at each other, and I burst out, "No, but I do have a 2-month-old puppy in there." Apparently the woman had walked past us as we were going into the store and heard the puppy whining and somehow confused it for an infant and called the police on us for child neglect/abuse. The temperature was 30 degrees F that day and he had plenty of water and blankets to suffice him a 15-minute wait. Last winter, we got hit by 2 pretty bad snowstorms back to back just weeks apart. Each one dumped over a foot of snow. Then there were minor flurries and frost in between. I had almost 28 inches of snow on the ground. One of the laws here say, if you have a sidewalk in front of your house it is your responsibility to shovel it, even though the municipality owns it and takes care of any repairs. It's your job to shovel it. This is an often ignored rule, but it all came to a head when a guy walking home was hit and killed. He was walking in the street because no one had bothered to shovel the sidewalk. This created a huge problem for me. There is a sidewalk that goes through the land that borders my property. I don't own the sidewalk. I don't own the land around the sidewalk. That sidewalk is not my responsibility. No one realizes this. You should have seen how many complaints I got. First, the compliance officer came out. I showed him the property details and told him to check the records. He didn't agree that it wasn't my responsibility. He tried to after the person who owns the land, but he is a neglectful owner. That didn't stop other people from ringing my doorbell and pointing out I needed to shovel that walkway. One woman, every faking time I saw her, she was screaming about the snow. I told her the same thing I told the compliance officer, but every time. My wife and I were walking our dog on a nearby trail, about 2 miles long, and on a warm morning, say mid-80s. Quarter of the way through, this lady talking on a regular earpiece stops us and tells us that our dog is overheated and woefully dehydrated and we needed to let her rest and get some water. We were a little stunned to be bosses around like this, but took it in stride and tried to assure her our dog was fine. Her tail was wagging, and while she was panting. She's a dog, it's their version of sweating. The woman doesn't let us finish, cuts us off, and tells us that in this eat small old dogs, she's a 4-year-old beagle, need to take breaks every 10 minutes and anything less was abuse and neglect. She then wished our dog good luck and stomped away. We know there are crazies out there, so we brushed it off. As we made our way along, we took a break by a pond, and our dog never drinks, except from her dish, but we gave her an open full wide mouth Nalgene, to no success. After resting a bit we continued on. A few hundred yards on, we encountered the same woman who proceeds to tell the person on the other end of her call she needed to get off so she could call the cops. We confront her, and she proceeds to tell us she hope our dog drops dead right then, so we can learn a lesson about what horrible people we are. So, yeah, crazies. My husband and I went to Myrtle Beach a few years ago and took our new, to us, dog. No, it wasn't summer. No, it wasn't hot. We were in long sleeves at the beach, for example. We had him maybe 5 or 6 months by that point, so he was a year old, knew us and had become territorial. He protected mommy and daddy by alerting us to noises, ran ahead to sniff shit out, etc. Well, on our last day there, on our way out of town, we were starving, and Taco Bell wouldn't cut it, so we stopped at some cheap China buffet, parked in the shade, and left Fido in the car with the windows open enough to breathe, but not enough to fit himself through. Hell, earlier that day, I had sat in the car with him like that for a while, no big deal. Some activist beach and her family of 6 children saw him sitting in the car and immediately went over to the window. I saw and thought, WW, they're admiring him, how cute. Turned back to hubby, and as we were talking we noticed 2 police cars show up, one blocking us in, the other on the exit of the parking lot. The officer comes in screaming and red-faced asking who owns X vehicle. We do. You need to come with me now. So hubby gets up to get a to-go plate for the food. The workers suddenly don't speak English and charge us full price for the food we didn't eat as we had been there less than 10 minutes at best. I go outside and they run my out-of-state license and try to play good cop, saying I could issue you with a $500 fine just because that lady called us for this dog. My issue is, He was in the shade. I was with him shortly before that. And if 6 to 8 human strangers are all knocking and prying at the windows of his territory, of course he is going to be distressed. And of course he is going to get overexcited. If it were that big of an issue, and they really thought it was a danger, we would have been cited or arrested. Leave my damn car alone, especially if you see a sleeping dog in it. He's not dead, he's peacefully asleep on his cold blanket. I'm late to the game, but this just happened to me the other day, and has been bothering me since. It was a quiet morning, and it seemed like all the neighbors, apartment building, were already at work, so I decided to walk my pup without her leash. She's really well trained except for she can't contain herself when she meets a new person. Boston Terrier. Well, a lady walked out of her apartment as we were passing and Dolly, the pup, started to run up to her. Me, trying to be a good neighbor, called to Dolly to stop and ran after her and grabbed her collar before she could jump on the woman. Even though she's only 14 pounds, some people don't like dogs. Well, Dolly was startled and did her nervous shame dance where she tucks her butt under and goes full puppy dog eyes. The lady then says, "Your dog looks abused." I reply, "Oh no, that's just her breed and her personality. She knows she shouldn't jump on people or run from me." Lady replies, "No, she's abused." I was speechless. TLDR restrained my 14-pound Boston Terrier from jumping on a woman. Get accused of abuse. I've got some neighbors that called animal control on my other neighbors whom had a problem with what I refer to as escape artist canines breaking out of his fenced yard. He ended up losing 4 dogs or something. They were puppies too, because my D-bag neighbor called animal control on them. They would break out and sit in his front yard or wander over to our yard to bark at our dogs inside the fence. They were awesome dogs, just escape artists. I guess it helps to mention that the neighbor who called animal control has 2 dogs in 5x5 pens that have never been let outside, yet they seem to have enough time to spend an hour picking up their goat's sheet every single morning. I've been thinking about going over there and letting their poor dogs free, but I'm afraid they'll just get hit by a car or something, having been locked up in a tiny pen their entire life. That's my story. All the stupid with none of the rescue. I don't have any stories of truly crazy people, but I have a lot of them about people who were trying to help but ended up doing a lot of damage. I've gotten a few calls about injured hawks in people's backyards. I used to volunteer for a rescue by catching the birds and bringing them to the center, and when we got there the birds were either completely okay or they were dead. Penguins, pigeons. Worst case was someone who caught the hawk actually some sort of game bird, wasn't sure what, maybe a mourning dove, but ended up killing it due to the stress of the capture. Asked a friend to water some of my plants while I was on vacation, but told them not to worry about any that were in my room. When I got back they left a note saying they didn't mind watering all of my plants and ended up killing a few plants in my room which can't tolerate tap water. None of them were expensive, but I had been growing that Venus flytrap for years and had to start over. Asked a friend if he wanted his old computer still, and he decided to give it to me to fix up. He asked if he should clean it, and I said, "Don't bother with it, I'll do everything." He cleaned it with a wet wipe and ended up ruining the motherboard. This one doesn't have to do with me personally, but it is the same idea on a very large scale. Bald eagles used to live on the Channel Islands, off the coast of California, but had been killed due to poaching years and years ago. Recently they were reintroduced, around the same time the Channel Island fox started to make a rebound. They were also in an endangered situation. Well, the eagles were so successful that the researchers thought it might be a good idea to put golden eagles on the island as well. Golden eagles have never lived on the Channel Islands. Bald eagles do okay there as they are fine eating just fish. Golden eagles, however, do not eat fish. They eat small mammals, about the same size as the Channel Island fox. Well, they quickly worked out it is a stupid idea to put animals in an environment they do not belong in. It was easy to reverse, but you'd think biologists would know better. I'm cycling along a quite narrow 2-way road, wide enough for both lanes and for cars to pass me, but that about it. Up ahead I spot a traffic island that takes up the middle of the road and narrow the lanes quite a bit. Thinking ahead I see that there won't be enough room for cars, to pass me as I'm passing the island point. However, the pavement for that stretch of road is empty. There is a lowered curb just before and after the island. The only people on the pavement are an oldish man about 20 meters away and a woman with a pram a little way behind him. I should easily be able to go on the pavement, pass the island, and not disturb the traffic or the pedestrians. I execute my plan. Everything goes perfectly. I pass the island, and I'm carefully merging back onto the road. At this point the old man, now about 15 meters away, shouts, "You can be fined for cycling on the pavement." He had to shout, being so far away, and if he'd waited any longer I would have been back on the road. When I was maybe 15ish, I went to the mall with a friend to look around and maybe buy a few things. We went into Hot Topic because I knew they had glow-in-the-dark nail polish and was excited to buy it. I talked to one of the employees asking which bottles were glow-in-the-dark. After picking one I walked around the store and looked, and then ended up buying just the nail polish. While I was cashing out, the store manager or head employee brought up a broken ugly necklace and asked me if I had seen the broken off part of this. I, being naive, assumed he meant if I had seen its part laying around, proceeded to look on the floor around me and say no. He then calls up mall security while I leave and go to the store right beside them. He proceeds to follow 15-year-old me in there and tell the cashier that I was going to steal from her store, so she's watching me too. Then he comes up to me and yells at me because I'm holding my wallet under my arm. I didn't own a purse. He then insists this reason isn't good enough and makes me give my wallet to one of my friends so they can put it in their bigger pockets. I just kind of stood there dumbfounded because the whole time I didn't even realize why he was asking me all these questions / following me. I have never shoplifted, ever, and afterwards I was outraged, and to this day I always think of witty retorts I should have said instead of standing there with my what the fuck face. TLDR, accused of shoplifting indirectly by some crazy employee who followed me to another store. When I was about 12, me and my sister were outside playing in the snow. It was around 9 PM, and we were playing in the street. Now, this street was just a trailer park street. No through traffic. People only use the roads to go in or out of the trailer park. We only saw one car that whole night. We decided to start a snowball fight, but decided that if you got hit, you had to lay down and count to 5. This went on for a while. We were having quite a bit of fun, but after a while, we both ended up laying there, enjoying the moment. It was dead quiet, and it had started snowing very lightly. It was really nice, honestly, but we couldn't have laid there for more than 5 minutes. I mean, we were kids. The lady across the street from us and down one called the cops. Apparently she didn't see us get up and didn't find any reason to stick her head out and shout to see if we'd respond. Just call the cops. I mean, come on. Sure, it'd probably be spooky to see kids suddenly just laying there, but why would you call the cops instead of checking to see if they were okay, or watching to see if they got up, or hollering? Just bizarre. This isn't about a vigilante, but it does involve dogs and a crazy person. We took our 20-pound pug to a local off-leash dog park. About her 6th to 10th visit. There was this guy with an aggressive pit bull taking too much interest in our dog. She is sometimes shy or submissive around larger dogs. In this case she was obviously scared. I see the pit's stiff body language getting dangerous, and I step forward to try to swoop in and rescue my dog. The pit owner said something like, "No, it's fine, just leave them," and deliberately stands in my way. As I'm trying to move around him without kicking any dogs, the pit bites my pug on the back of the neck hard, and my pug screams. This was not a whine or a yelp, it was a blood-curdling scream of pain. I managed to get my pug to safety on a bench. I was shaking with anger and confronted the guy from the bench, but he wouldn't apologize. He said, "You know, this area is for larger dogs, the small dog area is down that way," which is total BS. Both areas are for all dogs. I was seriously considering punching this guy and trying to keep it together when a woman comments that the pit had bitten a puppy shortly before we had arrived. The asshole owner finally gets the message and leaves, still not admitting any wrongdoing and narrowly escaping a beating. Guys, train your damn dogs. TLDR pitbull bites two smaller dogs at a dog park. Owner won't discipline his dog or apologize. My folks have a Pomeranian who is a bit mental emo. Basically, she loves my dad to death. Sits in the corner by the front door and waits till he's home from work. Follows him all around the house. Goes everywhere with him, etc. But every time he comes home from work, she goes crazy making all these noises very similar to this dog, and my parents get called. The police called on them weekly because neighbors say they abuse their dog. Every time the cops show up, my mom and dad show them by dad going outside for 5 to 10 minutes out of view of the windows and coming back inside. Also one day, when she was outside tied up, leashes about 15 plus feet long, off the front porch, my mom came outside to find her missing. Me and my friend walked around the nearby blocks hollering her name. From this apartment complex, I hear her tie up from an open window. I instantly call my mom. My mom shows up and bangs on the door of the apartment, and the woman inside, who we can see through the curtain, hollers out to go away. My mom hollered back, either you give me my dog back or I'm calling the police. Crazy woman, no. My daughter rides her bike by every day and this dog is always outside on the leash. You don't deserve this animal. Call the cops. I'm not giving the dog back. She's on the leash most of the time because she'd rather sit outside and wait for dad rather than inside. And my mom checks on her every half hour or so and makes sure she has water. My mom, either you open this door or I'm going to kick it down. I holler our dog's name one last time to hear her yelp from inside, like someone holding her down or something. The crazy woman finally opens the door. She's drunk as hell. My mom threatens one last time, either you give me my dog back right this instant and I'll forget this ever happened, or I can call the cops and let them see how a drunk crazy bitch just came onto my property and took my dog off her leash, which is stealing, mind you. The crazy woman finally relinquished our dog, who was shaking like a leaf. Frigging crazy beaches. We once lived next door to a lovely girl who thought she knew everything about everything. We had horses, and she decided that we weren't looking after them properly. One day we came home from being out somewhere and there was a sign on our front door saying that the RSPCA had been at our house. What the fuck? Dad called them straight away. They had received a call about our horses not being looked after properly. The inspector said he came, had a very quick look at them, and saw that they were rugged and had everything they needed. Told us they won't waste their time coming again anytime soon. They wouldn't tell us who called them, but it was obvious. Especially seeing as the next week the girl from next door started feeding our horses over the fence, buckets and buckets of food, and made them sick with colic. http://n.wikipedia.org/ which ended up costing us over $1,000 in vet bills, and we ended up having to move our horses because of this girl. A neighbor called the cops and reported that I was trying to steal a car from my house. There was no way to get the car out as it was blocked in and had no motor in it. Here's the full story. Back in high school I overslept and woke up around 10:30 am. I heard my mom go into the bathroom and, not wanting to get in trouble, I quietly got dressed and slipped out the back door. I had no plan. Realizing I'd probably be spotted standing in the yard, I went into the alley. With no place to go, I went through my next door neighbor's back gate and jumped the 2-foot tall fence to get back into my driveway. I know this sounds really shady, but my best friend lived next door and we hopped the fence all the time. Anyway, I went into my future car to figure out what to do. This car didn't have a motor in it and was blocked in by 3 other vehicles. A few minutes later, I'm zoning out and reading the warnings on the sun visor when I notice a person in the side view mirror. It's a cop with his gun drawn, signaling other armed officers to approach from the other side. At this point I go white in the face and put my arms up by my head as the cops storm the car. They got 3 guns aimed at me and the lead cop is shouting, "Get out of the car. Get the fuck out of the car." They slammed me against the car, cuffed me and had me in the back of the squad car in what seemed like a few seconds. Looking out from the squad, I see an officer talking to my mom, who is scared shitless. The officer gets in the car and says, "So you live here, huh?" I'm thinking it's a big misunderstanding and they'll let me go, no big deal. The cop then goes on to tell me how I'm nothing but a piece of shit punk kid, and that I'm going nowhere in life. I might as well drop out of school now. He wouldn't let me explain myself whatsoever. He said, "That's enough out of you. Let's go get you suspended from school." They brought me into my school handcuffed, poorly dressed, no shower, bedhead and all, for everyone in first lunch, to see, and took me to the vice principal. Luckily Mr. Davis was good sheet and he berated the cop for bringing me there in handcuffs like that. He knew I wasn't a piece of shit. Punk kid point. In the end, I didn't get punished by my principal. However, I did have to spend the rest of the day unkempt, traumatized, wearing a hooded sweatshirt with no shirt underneath, fielding all the crazy rumors as to why I got hauled into school in handcuffs. I really wanted to cry, but was too embarrassed already. Can't really blame the neighbor, but it was obvious who I was, and that it would be impossible to steal that vehicle. My friends and I were walking home from school and we walked through this alleyway. My friend was carelessly dragging her hand along one of the walls and there was a large wooden door leading to someone's back garden that was unlocked. So when she dragged her arm on it, the door opened a bit and then closed. We kept on walking, and about 5 seconds later a fat 40-odd-year-old man came running out of the gate yelling at us saying that we were trying to break into his garden. My other friends stopped but one of them, and I kept on walking ignoring the man. We stopped at a safe distance away to see my other friends standing there horrified as they were being yelled at by this man. Other kids from school walked past and awkwardly listened. The man was telling us to give him our names so that he could report us to the police. They all told him, but my friend and I didn't as we were so far away. The man yelled a bit more about us being chaps and waddled back into his gate. My friend stood there still terrified, and I started to walk back laughing my head off. The gate opened a crack and he caused a massive scene. Maybe he should have locked his gate. Now my friends are scared of walking that way now in case he comes out and shrieks at us again. We'd been feeding a totally feral cat after it sustained an apparent injury that resulted in an infection. We're on acreage, and the cat had been around for almost a decade. He started looking pretty bad, but we couldn't trap or otherwise handle him. He let us feed him. We made him a warm space to sleep in with insulation old fabric. He seemed to appreciate it. A neighbor lady came by with a trap and insisted we trap the animal, which we'd already tried without success. She made it clear she thought we were responsible for the injury, not the case, and tried to guilt us and take control of the situation. I was patient and explained the situation to her, which caused her to back off a little, but not much. We got glares and comments like we were supposed to be guilty or something. And here we were just feeding and housing the poor animal until the inevitable finally happened, which it did in typical cat style. The animal found a hidden spot and quietly died. We never found remains, though we are certain that's what happened. I suppose she was well-meaning and driven by compassion, but hey, she sure got it wrong and then wasn't even polite enough to apologize for her own behavior. Meh. I once tied my small dog up outside a store, one with a special doggy tie-up zone, and did my dinner shopping. As I'm checking out I hear over the intercom, "Can't owner of the Chihuahua come to the front?" Naturally I panic, because I think something horrible has happened to my dog. I ran to the front, only to find a crazy bearded man all in a tizzy, because I left my poor dog outside in the freezing weather. It was about 50 degrees out, and I was in the store for about 15 minutes. He goes on to tell me that Chihuahuas just cannot handle this weather and he should know, because he also owns one. In an attempt to be polite I tell him, "I appreciate your concern," and try to go back to my business, but of course he has to stop me and berate me about the length of her nails. I gave up and left. P.S. Maybe you could try a kennel for Bentley? I've taken care of a few dogs, mine included, who feel very comforted by their kennel. Something big enough to turn around many times in with a big squishy cushion. If he's blind you could get him used to it with things that smell like family members that you aren't too attached to. I was 21 and my sister was 14. We look nothing alike due to having different fathers. I picked up my sister from work and went to the liquor store to buy some beer for a get together. Since my sister was not allowed in the store she sat in the car. After making my purchases I walked back out to my car. Waits places the beer in the trunk. My car had the seats that folded down into the trunk and my sister thought it would be funny to scare me by poking her head through. She screamed. I jumped and slammed the trunk closed. We laughed and I got in and drove home. About a half hour later the police show up and stated that someone had called in and reported that I had kidnapped a teenage girl and was hiding her in my trunk and had given my plate number. I explained what happened to the police, what happened, and my mom was there to back me up. They laughed and left. I think it's funny, even though someone thought I was a kidnapping rapist pedophile. My family believed it to be cruel for me to leave my dog only bedroom when I was at work. I would have let her roam if my sister, who was my roommate, hated her just because she's a dog. One night my sister said she was calling the Humane Society because I was neglectful. I beat her to it. I told the lady that, hey, if I'm neglectful I will give up my dog. She said, so your dog stays in a cool apartment with food and water for 8 hours a day. That is one lucky dog. She did tell me to be sure I had proof of rabies, but that would be the only thing my sister may get me on point. It was nice to hear I was a good dog owner after a year of being told I wasn't. I don't know what my family thinks you should do with a dog when you're at work, but damn if it's being in an apartment and cool. That's abuse. TL. Doctor, my sister was going to call Humane Society on me for leaving my dog in a cool apartment when I was at work. My friends once decided to pull a prank that involved me driving up to a big picture window at McDonald's and parking. I went inside, and a friend who was tied up in the trunk used the emergency escape lever and jumped out wearing nothing but his underwear and some tape over his mouth. I ran outside, chased him around for a bit, and when he ran away I got in the car and drove away. The teenagers in the McDonald's freaked out, and we had a good laugh. When I pulled around back to pick up my friend, he wasn't there. He had kept walking for some reason and I ended up finding up and picking him up close to where the back driveway of the shipping center led out into a residential street. Another car saw my friend get into the car and started following us. I weaved through neighborhoods, took him all over that side of town before deciding to go to my house. My stepdad is pretty built, so I figured if the guy wanted to start something we'd just intimidate him into leaving. He ended up driving past us when I pulled into my driveway and nothing happened. Almost 20 years ago. I was in my 20s, married, and had 2 kids. Wife and I both worked, so my mother stayed with us during the week and watched the kids. Daughter follows me to the door. I give her a hug and say lock the door behind me. Naughty neighbor calls CPS instead of walking over and knocking on door. CPS shows up. Police show up, fire department shows up, almost giving my mother a heart attack. My mother told me they went into the kitchen to make sure we had food, checked out the kids' bedroom to make sure they had clean clothes, etc. Real invasion of privacy, and I got my first strike in CPS. CPS keeps a tally of how many times they investigate you. Over 4, and it's the theory, if there is smoke there is fire situation. Well, many years later, 4 kids now, vindictive neighbors, and you can see where this is going. Oldest son is in school and reports he has a sore throat from the flu. They see a scratch on his neck, seems his mother grabbed him by his jacket collar for rude behavior that morning, and scratched his neck. School calls CPS. Strike 4. So, now we are classified as abusive parents due to multiple calls. 4. Over a decade and DSHS wants us to take parenting classes or face them pressing charges against my wife and me. I told them to bugger off. Each kid was in different school, after school programs, before school programs, sports, karate, and my wife was a volunteer at a abuse shelter. Back up your claim with facts, which they couldn't, and stay out of my life. They stopped calling and mailing us after that point. By the way, I live in the state where the Wenatchee child abuse prosecutions happened. Basically CPS went after an entire town for child abuse, around 29,726 counts. Biggest CPS fraud in the US. Horrible agency that thinks it's helping people, but does more harm than good. I was having an especially bad day. PMS was raging. I was out with my friends and my brother had went and bought some greasy french fries in a bag. He kind of pecked around on them before deciding he didn't want them anymore. I figured I might eat them later, so I put them in my bag. Well, an hour or two passed, and the French fry grease was getting all over the inside of my bag. We were waiting at a bus stop, and I took the bag of fries out and put them on a bench with my drink for a second while I walked my boyfriend to his bus stop, literally 10 feet away. Some woman steps out of line and pulls me over and says, "There's a rubbish bin over there, no need to litter." I'm like, cool, yeah, I'll get them in a minute, cause I hardly thought it was a problem. So, less than a minute passes and my boyfriend is on the bus, so I walk back towards the bench, which my brother had been watching, to grab my drink and fries. The woman steps out of the line again and hands them to me, being a total douchebag, and says in a smart as beach voice, "Here, I got these for you to throw out." The strange middle-aged cow had not only picked up and touched my food, but was trying to teach me a lesson. I just lost it and yelled, "Thanks. You're really faking great, aren't ya?" I said I was gonna get it, but you're right, I wasn't. "Thanks." She stood there dumbfounded, and I hopped on my bus while my brother peed his pants laughing. I live alone in an apartment building. I have a puggle whose face looks like this when she lays on her back takes a sheet. I went outside to let her do her business, then casually looked back into the lobby of the building, noticing I had dropped my phone by the stairs. She was in the process of pupping, so I looped her leash around a pipe for 2 seconds to retrieve it. When I came back out, some crazy beach was unlooping her. I proceed to yell, "What the hell are you doing with my dog?" She replies with, "You've obviously been feeding your dog metal, which is why her face looks like that." I stare at her and just say, "What the fuck?" She calls the police, all the while still holding on to my dog. They arrive, she tells her story, bawling her eyes out. I tell mine, shaking my head. They deem her a nut and give me back my dog. No one believed me the next day. TLDR, left my dog alone for a second. Lady tries to take her because apparently I feed her metal. This was back in high school when I was playing football. We started a tradition where the entire JV and varsity team went out for a massive team meal. Mind you, it was Canadian football and the teams weren't that big. We went to eat at this buffet restaurant and after play a game of parking lot football behind a store in the strip mall that I worked for. I even walked in and told my boss what we were doing, and he was cool with that point. Well, maybe 20-30 minutes into the game, cop cars come flying in this back parking lot. Everyone is just wondering what was going on and why there were cop cars here. Well, I went to talk to the cops and ask what was the reason for this. They told us that some lady called them that it looked like we were having a party and might vandalize them all. I told him what we were doing, and when they noticed that almost everyone had a matching varsity jacket, we chatted for a while before finishing our game. Disclaimer: do not read if you don't like sad endings. I was living in a rather small apartment complex for about 5 years. We had a little patio in the front where my old cat Maximum would sit in a small white wicker chair I had as a child. I'd come home from school and he'd be there waiting for me every day. We lived further back into the woods, right by the marsh, which had a fence in front of it. I live in Florida. I didn't worry about him getting hit by a car because there was only us and one other lady who was never there. She owned the other apartment, but didn't live there. Plus my cat was old and never really moved from his chair. One day I got home and noticed he was walking towards me from her house. She had been feeding him. I asked her kindly not to because he's an old cat and is very allergic to specific foods. She said he was skinny and asked if I fed him enough. I explained he's just a very old cat and I feed him special food every morning and evening. She huffed and took off. The next day I saw her feeding him again. I told her off once more and never saw her after that. Fast forward and I'm a freshman in college. My mom calls me and is in tears. I ask what happened and she tells me a lady was feeding Maximum and then backed out and ran him over. I saw the same woman at a grocery store a few years later when I was visiting my mother. She saw me and turned white. I just stared hard at her until she left through the doors. I was 8 years old in a Walmart bathroom and I had been in there for a long time. I had eaten way too many peaches that day and I was having popping troubles to say the least. I had flushed about 4 times at this point and a janitor had knocked on the stall door several times already. I told him each time, politely mind you, that the stall was occupied. So at this point I had been crapping for upward of 15 minutes and there are a vile stench emanating from my toilet. The janitor knocks again. He had assumed that I was some nasty rambunctious kid that was smearing fesses all over the walls or something of that sort. Well, the janitor was right about me being rambunctious, but not nasty, because when he knocked again I burst and said, "Fuck off, I'm having terrible diarrhea." Afterwards I let loose a horrible splash of liquid fesses and moaned because it was hot and painful, and I had been evacuating hot and painful sheet from my anus for quite a while now. He didn't knock again. I finally thought I had solved my janitorial problems when suddenly I hear the rush of many feet into the bathroom. I hear someone say, "Which stall is it?" Suddenly the stall door was kicked open and there are 2 paramedics and the janitor, who looks like he is about to have a cow. It was the most harrowing experience of my childhood. I was a stupid helper last week, so I kinda feel for people. I was out driving in the desert near my town looking for a trailhead I had heard about, when I see a dog hanging out. Sweet older dog comes right up to me. When I get out of the car, I look around and can't see anyone, so I thought someone bailed on their due in the desert. I call the number on the tag, and it is not in service, so I think some bastards had to move and just let their dog go out here. Well, as I'm loading the dog in my car, a guy walks over the rise and sees me and give a "what the fuck are you doing with my dog" look. I panic and let the dog go, and it runs to its master, and I just get in my car quick and drive away. Over the next little rise is the trailhead in the guy's truck. I still don't know why I panicked and ran, but anyway, if that was anyone's dog, I'm super sorry, and your dog is also point edit, letters and words, and spelling and stuff. I remember this one time myself, my mother, and her boyfriend parked in the handicap spot in front of hotel. Her boyfriend is paraplegic, so parking there was totally justified. There's some sort of provincial government issued card you place on your dash or rear view mirror, which he had point at the time her boyfriend was driving a Nissan's Terra. So basically in SUV, in order to get in and out of his vehicle he would take his own chair apart and place the parts in the back right passenger seat. In comparison to anyone else entering or exiting a vehicle, this is quite a lengthy process anyway. Upon parking, my mother and myself stepped out of the vehicle to stretch our legs. It's actually also necessary for us to get out. He needs to fold up the front passenger seat and fold back his own seat to put the chair together and take it apart. Moments later, somebody passing by from behind the vehicle began screaming at my mother and essentially went batshit crazy about how she should be ashamed about parking in that spot. He saw her get out of the passenger seat on the right hand side of the vehicle. The real only way I could see his reaction being justified would be if he lived somewhere where the passenger seat and driving seat are reversed from now. Europe, right? His rant was essentially what you would want to say to someone who was legitimately just parking in the handicap spot to be an ass. Or obviously wasn't the owner of the ticket that made it legal to park there. Except again, the person driving was actually paralyzed. He kept going on and on while my mother's boyfriend was clearly putting his chair together, only to stop when the boyfriend finally got out of the car and into his chair. He promptly shut the fuck up and walked away without a word. Not even an apology. Probably felt like a dumbass. When I first got my dog, she was a 22 kilograms Great Dane cross. She had no fat and very little muscle mass. You could see every rib and her spine clearly. Here's a pic. http://unga.com/yipe3. I had so many people making comments, a few taking down her details, when I left her outside a shop for 5 minutes. I completely understand, but I seriously considered writing a sign for her. I have already been rescued, thanks. Here's a pic of her now, 7 months later. She's put on 5 kilos. She still has a bit to go, but she is so healthy and unbelievably happy. http://unga.com/tmri. I'm actually thankful at the number of people who were concerned about her, but I had to abandon my shopping to go save her from someone who looked like she was about to steal her. Anyone who wonders why I take her shopping, I take her everywhere, including work. I've only had to leave her alone for about a dozen hours total since I've had her. She has pretty severe attachment issues. I'm slowly increasing the amount of time she's alone. Edit. Accidentally posted same link twice. Me and my wife lived in an apartment complex in Raytown, MO, about 5 years back. We had some neighbors across from us who had a mentally disabled child who would torture their cat and its litter of kittens. After a while she had killed all but 2 of the kittens, smashed their heads with a drawer to a dresser, and had decided to take to throwing the last 2 out their second-story window. This caused an argument between me and the parents, who quickly swept up the 2 limping kittens and brought them, and few hours later out the window they go again. I went out to get them, and they got spooked when I tried to grab them and ran off. Next morning I saw one in front of our apt and grabbed him and kept him, and never saw the other kitten again, but we named the one we had Blinks after my wife's favorite video game. Owner asked us about him a few times, seeing him in our window, and we just said it wasn't his, and to leave us alone. We never called the cops on the guy and his kid due to the violence in this complex, and they had already received a eviction notice. This place ended up getting so bad that a man threatened to cut my daughter out of my wife's stomach. A crazy fight ensued, and my face was fractured, needing plastic surgery. This guy was a very large black male. We got our own house and Blinks lived a good life until he got sick and had to be put down. I have a very similar story actually. I was at a park one day with my friend, and we had 1 dog each, both mine. And a fairly old lady came over to us and started petting them and complimenting us on our dogs while we were explaining their names, age, breed, etc. She noticed they were each wearing one of these collars. That's when she lots it. She clearly was a little off from the beginning, but she started lecturing us about how it was abusive to the dogs and that we should take them off immediately. She continues to yell at us in public and even tried to take the dogs' collars off, at which point I said to not touch that, and we left. It was none of her business, and you shouldn't tell people how to care for their pets. My dogs are both bird dogs, and if she had successfully taken a collar off, that dog probably would have ran straight into the woods, if not into the bumper of a car in the nearby parking lot. At first I thought you were an asshole for leaving your dog in the car in the heat, but then I read the title again more carefully and noticed you said 60-degree weather. That's not so bad. I used to work in a movie theater, and during the summer one day, this guy came in and wanted a nacho tray with nothing in it, just so he can put water in it for his dog while he watched a movie. This was a 100-degree day, so that water will get warm fast. Normally we weren't allowed to give away nacho trays like that due to inventory, but the manager gave the okay, and while we were putting water in the tray, me and a few other employees just kinda stared at him. He said he loves his dog and we wouldn't understand why he needed the water for him. I made a comment about how I wouldn't even bring a dog out in 100-degree heat then go watch a 2-hour movie. He got so pissed he went to the manager and got his money back and left. I would like to think he at least went home after that. While not exactly vigilantism, I had a woman accuse me of stealing rocks one time. When I was younger I had a stretch where I had actually gotten pretty good at skateboarding. I'd try to rip up a skate park or 2 every weekend with my dad, but for some reason this week he was busy or something, so I went a few streets over to skateboard with my friend. We pulled a ramp he had over onto the side of the road, which I might add very rarely has any traffic, and grabbed a few big stones and pieces of broken cement from the gutter to hold the ramp in place. We skated for about half an hour until a woman came outside from her house to confront us about how loud we were being. Although it was noon, I tried to be reasonable to some degree and we almost considered moving our ramp until she suddenly pointed at the rocks we had placed in front of it and demanded to know where they had come from. We told her we found the broken pieces of concrete and such in the gutter, but she insisted that we had stolen them the neighbor's yard and that, if we did not return them and leave, she would call the police or something to that effect. We ended up moving our setup in order to avoid conflict, but I remember being much younger at the time and a really innocent kid too. The whole situation had baffled me. I used to live in this semi-middle class condo, and I had a blonde lab, and we lived in the center of a very busy part of town too. I put her on a chain when she needed to potty because I didn't want her to get hit by a car. Around 7 AM every single day I'd let her out and go inside and let her be outside. She had a water dish for outside which was refreshed every day. I would let her feed once I brought her inside, because if I did it outside ravens and pigeons and seagulls would literally swarm my house for food. I would leave her outside for about an hour and she seemed pretty happy and okay with that. She was a really vocal dog and would whine and howl and bark and make noises almost continuously if she got the chance. One day the lady across the street, after I let her out for about 15 minutes, started to bang on my door angrily, and I opened it wondering who the fuck. And she started to hysterically scream at me in somewhat incoherent sentences about how she'd call Animal Protective Services because I left her there for 5 hours barking and crying and chaining her up was animal cruelty and other things about how her 20-foot long chain was too short and something about how she's starving and obviously doesn't get fed. I don't really remember what happened for a few minutes or what I said to her. I kinda went blank I guess. But I basically remember being really irritated and fed up with whatever her response was and grabbing my dog by the collar and yanking her out of the lady's grip and shoving the lady back past the threshold of the door and shutting it on her. And then I googled state laws about what counted as animal abuse in my state just in case she decided to actually come back and I could throw state laws in her face and have her arrested for trespassing. But she didn't come back or bother me again after that. She didn't bother me again at all for the next year and a half that I had the dog either, which was nice. 2 years ago during the worst winter in a few years, this is the American Southeast, only like a foot of snow, our neighborhood hired a street plowing service to clear up the roads. They had gone through most of the streets, but when they went to one of them, they found there were children sledding, and one of their parents went up to the snowplow driver. He told him that he was endangering the children by being there and that he should go away before he called the police. The snowplow driver just decided to leave it alone and he left without plowing that driveway. Fast forward 2 days later, when that street is the only one still covered in snow, the mailman drives down the road and spins out of control, crashing his delivery van. One family on that street is coming home from Christmas vacation and has to haul their luggage down a long driveway through the thick snow, all because some idiot wanted his kids to have a place to sled. One time when I was about 12, my dad sent me to the store to get popcorn with his girlfriend's niece, who was about 10. We'll call her Cindy. So we ride our bikes there, and since her aunt gave her the money, Cindy bought the popcorn. However, I brought my backpack, so right in front of the counter, which was right near the exit, she puts the popcorn in my backpack and walks out. I follow her out, and as I'm getting on my bike, this old man who was in the store comes out and tells me to come back in. So I call Cindy, who was already about 20 feet away on her bike, to come back. I go inside the store and the old man tells the cashier that he saw us steal the popcorn. The elderly cashier seems to be buying his story, despite the fact that she just sold Cindy the popcorn 30 seconds ago. When Cindy came back in, the cashier suddenly remembered that she sold it to her. Cindy had put the popcorn in my bag right in front of the counter 10 seconds after buying it, and we had to go through all that to prove we didn't steal it. What the fuck? A few summers ago, a female friend of mine got bitten a lot by mosquitoes on her arms and legs. Some people react more to the bites than others, and some of hers swelled up a bit and some of the areas around the bites turned a little dark. One day she was riding the subway with short sleeves and shorts when a lady came up to her and said that she works for a place that helps abused women and insisted that my friend should seek help from her abusive boyfriend or husband. My friend tried to show her that they weren't bruises, just mosquito bites, but the lady wouldn't listen and insisted that, like a lot of abused women, she was in denial and trying to cover up for the abuser with excuses. After many stops and realizing there was no convincing the lady, my friend just took the abuse hotline card the lady pushed her way and hurriedly left the train so that she didn't need to talk to her anymore. When I was 13, my family was living in an apartment and my mom wanted to pack some boxes, so she asked me to go up the street to the gas station to grab a bunch of newspapers from one of those machines that opens up and allows you to grab the entire stack. I rode my skateboard up there and took out the newspapers. From what I can remember, there were only 3 or 4 papers, which wasn't nearly enough. When I had the newspapers tucked under my arm and shut the machine, a redneck couple in a huge pickup truck were yelling at me out their window. I think the side of the truck had a towing company logo. They jumped out and said they just called the cops. The husband went inside to alert the manager, while the wife threatened me that I had to stay and they were going to keep me there until the cops arrived. At this point, with the husband still in the store and the wife in the truck, I took off as fast as I could on my skateboard. I told my mom the whole story and she laughed. The newspapers were from the day before, and I didn't even notice. TLDR, redneck couple who steals cars for a living tried to kidnap and have a little boy arrested for stealing 50 cents worth of expired newspapers. Iran. When I was very young, I believe it was 4 or 5, I had a severe accident where I fell out of a shopping trolley. Very early 90s kids were allowed to sit in the grocery side, and this accident left 2/3 of my face heavily bruised. Before it healed, my mum would often be heckled and accused of beating me by complete strangers. On one occasion, mum and I were going to visit my grandparents who live a few hours away. She packed the car with our belongings, food, the dog and myself. She forgot something and ran back in. When inside, our telephone rings and she answers it. Meanwhile, a woman at the nearby bus stop believes mum has abandoned me out the front of our own house with luggage and a dog, and not only that, but from the bruises regularly beats me too. So she calls the police, opens the door, and gets me out of the car. 90s equals UNLOCKED doors and completely wound down windows. Mum comes back and sees this strange woman holding her 4-year-old daughter. Well, screaming ensued when the police arrived, pretty quickly considering the woman claimed I had been locked in the car all morning for hours and hours. Plus the bruises. They asked me how long I'd been in the car. Stupid police, don't expect a 4-year-old to have a concept of time. Well, I repeated the exact words this strange woman had said not a minute earlier. Sorry, mum. In the end, mum pulled out the food, which was still cold, from the fridge to prove I hadn't, and had to bring some medical documents out from my accident to prove I wasn't beaten. The police soon realized this crazy woman had opened a stranger's car and taken a child out. Mum jokes about it now, but God, I was a stupid kid. My dog once ran out of the gate as she got too excited for extra treats, which she always does. She is a small Yorkshire Terrier and loves to squeeze herself into tiny space, so we were faking worried about her. We yelled her name, asked our neighbors, searched the neighborhood for an hour, but still couldn't find her. Then mum received a call from the management office of our estate, informed her someone told them to pick up a stray dog in the neighborhood, and asked her to come by the office to see if she was ours. And yes, that is our dog, but due to the stupid rules, the dudes from office had to call the department to pick her up, even when the owners were standing right front of the dog. We had to pick her up in a stray dog's locker room in Far Place on the next faking day. Of course, we were so pissed when we returned from the office and jumped out of the car. The man lived across a house asked us about the dog. Then he admitted he called the office because the dog ran into his house when we were outside finding the dog. The van from the office stopped by at the corner of streets, so we didn't see it. We asked him why he didn't answer the doorbell and simply handed us the dog. He just went speechless and headed back to his house. The dog was so scared and got infected with skin disease on that night she spent with other stray dogs. We had to pay for the service and everything. TLDR, I hate my topless fat neighbor. I went to a Taco Bell with some friends. I wasn't hungry, so didn't order anything, but it was a really hot day and felt very dehydrated, kinda woozy, and I needed some water. I walk up to the soda fountain with an empty clear bottle and proceed to fill the bottle up with water. About the time I'm finished, an older woman employee, probably 55 or 60, yells at me, "Hey, you can't do that." I say I'm really thirsty and need a drink. It's only water. The bottle is clear. I begin to put the lid on the bottle and the lady tries to wrench the bottle out of my hands, like she's security or something. So I stand my ground and we begin a short tug of war. Well, I was a young man at the time, 20. She wasn't able to get the bottle out of my hands. She is just pissed off, and I say, "You can't do that, lady, I'm just trying to have a drink of water." And she backs off and goes to wipe down tables, and I quickly leave the building. What did she think she was preventing? And what was she going to do? Confiscate the bottle? Lol, I had a lady flip out on me for the same thing once. Only all of my windows were up tight on a 80-degree day. The kicker: remote start was on, does not turn itself off for 30 minutes, with maximum Mac cranked. I ran into Target to pick up a box of dog treats before we went to the dog park. I get outside and this lady is beating on my windows while my German Shepherd is going apeshit. I walk up obviously pissed that she's beating my car to hell. She turns around flipping the fuck out about me killing my dog and how the police are on the way to come arrest me. Slow crime day I guess, because a cop came busting into the parking lot with his lights going. He gets out of the car, walks up and initially took the side of the lady till I informed him the ac was running. He went back to his car and grabbed an infrared thermometer, points it in my car, and proceeds to write me a ticket for my car running unattended. Only a crime if the keys are in it. The lady then proceeded to flip out on the cop for not doing more as I left. I beat the ticket, but it made me decide to pick up one of those LCD thermometers to hang from my coat hook so bleeding heart as holes can see he's perfectly comfortable in his 60-degree backseat on an 80+ degree day. I used to work for a mobile farm animal petting zoo. Nearly every time we set up you would have someone trying to tell you that the animals are starving. As being someone who grew up around animals, I was aware that our animals were actually a bit overfed rather than underfed. A calf with a full belly of milk will have a large gut that hangs low as it's full, and it pulls down the skin and makes the ribs sit out a bit. Scares the crap out of the general public. The best one was by far when one of the calves was relieving itself and a woman came running up screaming at me that I was ruining the ozone layer by allowing the calf to pup. To save the ozone layer apparently I should put a plastic bag over its bum to catch it all. I was in shock at the stupidity, but the large bloke I had just been chatting to turned to her, told her that her large V8 SUV did more damage in one drive than the calf would do in its entire life. She walked off still yelling that we were idiots and then got on the phone to apparently the police. They never showed up amazingly. This one time me and my niece went to dinner with our family. We are young, I'm about 13, she's 15. And when her mom told us to get a bottle for her youngest daughter, her and me went out to get it from the truck. And as we are coming back, a lady in the waiting area was telling her snooty friend if she thought my niece was pregnant. We weren't dropping because this lady said it really loud. When we told her mother, she flipped her sheet and told off the lady. The lady then had the balls to say no wonder she is pregnant, look at her mother. And at that moment she would have blown up like a atom bomb. But she walked back to the truck and cried. As her mother was walking away, she even had the balls to call her a bitch under her breath. So being the non-cheat taking little bro I was, I went up, asked her name, and beached slapped her saying you're nobody, you're just trash, you horrible human, and walked off with none of my family members disagreeing. I used to work in a really busy service station in a mixed income area in Western Australia. We had some of the richest people and some of the poorest people in the state living next to each other. I was the evening/graveyard guy. At the time I was studying at university and playing rugby. Anyway, after one particularly energetic game of rugby, I came to work on a Sunday sporting a huge black eye, scrapes on my neck, ruck marks and assorted bruising. Most customers, especially the regulars, were cool about it, having a laugh and a chat and so on. One woman though, must have had a little too much of the protective mother gene. Keep in mind I am 32 at this point in my life. I went back to university as a mature age student. She was like, you were robbed, weren't you? Are you okay? I laughed it off and didn't think anything of it. She leaves, and about 5 minutes later, 4 cop cars scream into the servo, police jumping out and running into the store. I was a bit taken aback, as you'd imagine. We knew most of the police on a first name basis. We had a lot of trouble there. One of them runs up to me and says, where is the bad guy? Turns out the lady had called the cops reporting that I had been robbed. They assumed I was being robbed and came running. It was funny at the time. I mean, I've been held up by armed robbers 3 times in my life. I know what to do when being robbed. Give them the money. We had a bit of a chuckle and they left, but it kind of stuck with me as one of those weird memories of an entirely forgettable job. I don't know if this counts, but some of the stories reminded me of this. When I was about 4 or 5, 1989/1990-ish, my family moved across the country. I don't look anything like either one of my parents or my brother, other than we are all white. They have very dark black or brown hair with hazel/blue eyes. And there I was, a pale white freckly little ginger kid with big green eyes. For some crazy as reason people kept thinking I was an abducted child. Complete strangers would approach us and grill my parents. I very distinctly remember walking down the street with my mom and my brother and having a big van pull up to us. These two big men jumped out and started hassling my mom about me. Scared the crap out of me. At one point cops showed up at our door. We had only been there a week or two when one of our neighbors had called in expressing their concerns. My parents had to produce all my identification and go through the family photo albums before they'd leave. When I was 12, I had the amazing idea to move a pan filled with burning hot grease to the sink. I dropped it and split the stuff on my arms and legs. I want to point out this was entirely my fault. I should have gotten my mom instead of doing it by myself. I ended up at the hospital for a day or so with multiple burns. My parents also informed the school of what happened. Anyway, a week or so later my hands start to fester and peel, so I can't hide the bandages and bleeding very well. A couple of the teachers at my middle school became concerned, so they asked me what happened. I told them the truth and said I dropped a pan of grease on the floor and it split on me. I guess they didn't believe me because they kept asking over and over if my parents purposely poured grease on my hands. The school called the police and the police came to my house and interviewed me again. This time I was pissed off, so I said that I love my parents and I made a mistake. I started crying and held on to my dad. They agreed that it was my own dumb fault and left. I also ended up giving those teachers a piece of my mind. The detention and no snack was worth it. When I was very little I lived in England because my family was in the military. Now before this all happened, I had been messing around with my sister's Barbie dolls, popping the heads off. My sister sees this and comes rushing over and shoves me into the coffee table before my parents even knew what was happening. So I have a big lump on my head, plus a nice small bruise. Now the next day my dad is at the market with me when lady rushes over and starts yelling at him that he is a terrible parent. She then proceeds to try pull me out of his arms while saying that she was going to take me somewhere safe. My dad, without even thinking, recoils and shoves the lady back hard. She falls on her ass and instantly starts screaming for security. I'm freaking the fuck out at this point, crying bloody murder. The security guard comes around the corner and my dad now has to explain to the man what happened, all while trying to calm me down. The security guard talks to the other lady, then went and reviewed the security cameras and told my dad he could go point TLDR. Got a bump on my head. Lady at the store saw it and thought my dad beat me, tried to steal me, and my dad was forced to shove her away. Point edit. Typus. When I was about 12, my dad and my 9-year-old sister were in ShopRite and my dad got a phone call from my mother. As a lot of families they fight a lot, but it's normally forgotten quickly as they're both in their 50s and just don't care. So he was a little pissed on the phone and my sister, pushing the cart, accidentally hit him right in the back of the leg. Of course he said God damn it afterwards by reflex and pushed the cart a bit. Now some lonely woman in her late 60s came running up screaming, "What the hell are you doing?" and continued screaming about how he was abusing my sister and that she's gonna call DIFUS and that he backquotes an abusing man, all while I'm saying what are you talking about, and then she steps in front of the cart when my dad and I started to walk away, which my sister promptly ran it straight into her, still completely oblivious of what's going on. The woman continued roaming in between our caps, watching us like Jaws until we left. My sister affectionately calls her dog Turd Breath and Little Sheet while she's playing with him. Yes, he has a real name, and no, these nicknames are never spoken in anger. She had taken her dog to a dog park and was playing tug-o-war with him, saying things like, "Are you gonna give me that toy so I can toss it for you? Are you being a turd? You are a turd, aren't you? Yes you are, you turd face." The dog is wagging his tail, growling, bouncing around, obviously having a good time point, and then this lady nearby storms over to my sister and says, "You need to stop talking to your dog that way. Would you speak to your child like that?" My sister kind of boggles at this woman and explains she thinks that would be a very different scenario entirely. The woman immediately gets pissed off and goes on a tirade about how intelligent and sensitive dogs are, and she has no idea the damage she's doing by not calling him by his proper name. She said what completed the surrealism of this scenario for her was that, at the exact moment she was speeching about how intelligent and sensitive dogs were, the lady's own dog stopped at the end of its leash, sniffed a huge pile of turds, and began chowing down on them. A friend of mine, M21, was in the mall with his girlfriend. She had to go to the restroom, and he waited for her, some feet away from the actual entrance, in the hallway to the restrooms off to the side of the food court. To give you some visual layout, after a minute or so waiting, mall security came up to him, asking him questions, why he was standing outside the bathrooms, what he was doing in the mall, etc. Apparently someone complained about a creepy guy standing in the vicinity of the bathrooms and thought he was going to try to sneak a peek into the woman's room or steal a purse point. Just as the security guys were about to take him to their offices for more questioning, didn't believe his story. She came out. They left him alone, seeing as they realized he was really just a guy waiting for his girlfriend. I do admit my friend is a little squally looking, but just because someone has a creepier disposition than most doesn't mean they are actually creeps and deserve to be treated badly. Our family adopted a husky that was running wild without a collar or tags, and no one ever claimed it despite all the signs that were put up. He tends to get out of our yard and run around the neighborhood because he's really smart and learned to jump up and pull the handle of the latch/handle on the side yard gate. Despite all our efforts, installing a latch/lock system, filling cement under the gates so he can't dig out, mostly keeping him tied up in the backyard, he would occasionally get out. One day when I was chasing after him, some old lady and her husband started yelling at me, saying the dog gets out every day. He doesn't. He terrorizes the neighborhood. Typical middle-class American. Defines terrorism as a dog running around, water FWP beach, and ruins her morning walks. I explained to her calmly that we continue to try our best to keep him in our yard, but he jets out at any opportunity and is very hard to contain because of his speed and intelligence, but she just kept going on and on. Her husband made up a lie about how the dog came at him. I have never seen it attack anybody, though I have seen him get excited and riled up when provoked, and the old fuck threatened to kill him with a 2x4 if he ever came at him again. My mom ended up driving down that street during my interrogation, and when the lady came to bitch to her about it, my mom flipped her sheet in my defense. For a while after that we would occasionally get animal control to show up to our house, saying that they got a call that my dog was out when he was calmly sleeping inside or tied up in the back. TLDR, old lady and her old husband threatened to kill my dog and called animal control on us, saying he was running around the neighborhood when he wasn't even out because he occasionally escapes from my backyard. This guy didn't really try to be a vigilante of sorts, but me and my mates still found this absolutely hilarious. One high school or college day we were walking through an underpass when one of my mates decided to pick up an empty bottle and, being the ciggy romper that he is, burn a cigarette-sized hole in it, place a cigarette in there, and attempt to drag the entire thing in one go. Apart from probably mass accelerate whatever lung cancer he may be burdened with in the future, this 30-something-year-old guy came into the underpass and started accusing him of smoking acid. He sort of just stood there and said, "Are you smoking acid? Are you? Are you?" over and over, and questioned my mate a bit. We were all a bit confused and amused at this dude flat out accusing my mate of smoking acid when he clearly had just stuck a cigarette in a plastic bottle. No cops or anything, just good old high school laughs. My uncle lives right down the street from where I live, so while he was out, and with his permission, a few friends and I decide to go use his pool/hot tub. I hook up my phone to the speakers in his pool area and start playing some music. We are all having a good time, doing nothing wrong. Then, I start to notice a couple of my neighbors converging at the bottom on my street. It's a cul-de-sac, and think to myself, that seems kind of shifty. Cue about 30 minutes later, my friend leaves, and as he is running late, sprints up the street to his car, parked outside of my house, and drives off. A couple roads over, he gets pulled over, and this cop starts asking who he is, and where he's coming from. Apparently, my neighbors, who all know which house is mine and which is my uncle's, decided to call the cops instead of walking over to see what was going on over there. TLDR friends and I use my uncle's pool. With his permission, friends leaves and runs to his car at my house. Same street. Neighbors call cops instead of confronting me about it. Had an incident a few months ago. Big crash on one of the roads in my area, and we were heading in that direction. The crash unknown to us at that point enter mental middle late age woman, coming from the opposite direction, leaving the accident I imagine, since the ambulance/fire crews had arrived, madly waving at us like some lunatic, probably trying to get us to stop or turn back. We had no idea, she just about drove her car off the road trying to signal to us. A few seconds later we round the corner, and sure enough there's a line of cars banked up along the road, with smashed up cars at the end, flashing lights and paramedics all over. We turn around and backtrack, not wanting to be held up, and coming around one blind corner we have to suddenly slam on the brakes. This stupid person had decided to stop, right in this blind corner, to have some erratic chat to another passerby who presumably stopped due to her mad waving. So yeah, 2 cars, right in the middle of the road just sitting there with traffic coming from either way. Couldn't believe how stupid a single person can be, and I'm amazing a second crash didn't happen. She should have just calmed down, given a decent signal to slow down, and then people heading towards the crash would have dealt with it when they got closer and saw what was going on, exactly as we had. TLDR don't be retarded. I was 12, in my backyard, and shooting a BB gun at an empty milk carton. Now the carton was placed at the base of a stone wall at the edge of my property, and this being a ranch style house outside the city limits there was about a half mile of forest between us and our nearest neighbors. Namely, I was no danger to anyone. I see 2 police cars roll up to the backyard gate and 2 officers get out with their guns raised. I dropped the BB gun and held my hands up, and they proceeded to question me about firing a gun on my property, as apparently a neighbor on a walk had seen me. They even went so far as to ask if I was using my 2 dogs to target practice. These dogs were inside at the time. As I was trying to explain that I was shooting a simple BB gun at an empty milk carton, my mom drove up and just flipped shit on these 2 cops. It wasn't long before they left, but not before giving me a much deserved apology. A man I've known most of my life almost went to jail because of a crazy vigilante. I've known him a long time. He's a very sweet man and he'd never hurt anyone. He drives a bus for handicapped children for a public school. He was on a small road trying to turn around after picking up a child to take to school. A small dog was barking at the bus, and he was doing his best to drive slow and scare the dog away. He didn't have time to get out and scare the dog off. Well, unfortunately the dog was run over. A woman watching the whole thing came out of the woodwork screaming and yelling. She said he did it on purpose and she would call the police and tell them he committed animal cruelty. He explained it was an accident, but because she was being irrational he smarted off. The police were called, and he was taken to jail. He doesn't make much money, and didn't have access to a cell phone to call his wife, who became very worried. He spent the night in jail and several months in court, until it was finally dismissed. TLDR, a man accidentally runs over a dog in a bus filled with handicapped children and a crazy woman, not the owner, gets him arrested and tied up in court. I suppose this hit the best thread to tell the story of how a man threatened to arrest me over a rock. I was walking home from my bus stop, and I realized that I needed a rock to strengthen my hands for my martial arts class. I walked a couple of blocks searching for one when, lo and behold, I found a house with a yard filled with rocks. There were more rocks than anyone would need to decorate a yard, so I decided to pick one up. I weighed it in the palm of my hand and jokingly told my friend, "Now all I have to do is jack this rock." However, I was about to put the rock down anyway when I heard a knock on the window. I awkwardly looked at the window and said hi, before gently placing the rock down and walking off. So that's the end, right? No. The man was so protective of his yard that he got in his truck specifically to reprimand me. Keep in mind that I was a freshman in high school and he was an elderly man. He drove a block and pulled me over so he could sternly talk to me about how he was going to turn me in if I ever touched his rocks again. I could barely resist laughing. He even went after my friend, and he did nothing wrong. But here's the best part, he drove back home. He didn't even decide to reprimand me while passing me on the way to the store or something. He was so hellbent on reprimanding me that he did it and drove back over a rock in his yard filled with rocks. I know that I shouldn't have tried to talk his rock in the first place, but who chases down a teenager over a rock? TLDR, a man tracked me down in his truck and threatened to arrest me for picking up a rock in his yard. I had 2 black labs when I was a kid. We had one of those invisible fence deals, but since they were labs, an electric jolt to the neck was only ever registered for a few seconds before a slug would become their dominant thought, and it would all fade from memory point anyway. They got past the fence one day and ran off. I cried and cried. Some close family friends, 2 days later, found a woman who lived down the street from us with our dogs at the pet store, buying them new collars. Their original collars were still on them, with contact info and everything. When our friend said that those were our dogs, not the woman's, she yelled at them and said they were insane and tried to get them thrown out of the store. She almost got away with it until my friends called the dogs by name and they, being huge, dragged the lady out of the store to catch up with my friends who they loved to death. The lady apparently just walked away before anyone could call her out on stealing a young boy's 2 best friends. TLDR. Dogs got past fence. Evil lady down the street took them to get new collars and claimed them as her own. Didn't even bother to take off original collars. I had a dog situation similar to that. I had a 10-year-old dachshund who was going blind and liked to be with me wherever I went. I left her at home occasionally, but she, and my roomies at the time, preferred if she went with me. I had gone to a friend's house in the morning on the other side of town for breakfast and had taken my dog with me. On the way home I remembered I needed to stop in the craft store and pick up some extra fabric for a class project I was working on. It was 75 degrees. I cracked the window to be safe. I put a blanket down in case she wanted to cuddle, and I even put out a small bowl of water. I was in the store for 10 minutes, maximum. A woman came running in as I was finishing my purchase, started hollering about an animal being left alone in a car, and got the manager, and was going to call the police. I dodged out of there before she saw and left. My dog was fine. She was curled up napping. I was about 4 to 5 years old when this happened. I was at the grocery store with my grandmother, whom was babysitting me while my mother was at work that day, and I was incredibly upset about something. My grandmother was trying her best to calm me down as we were leaving the store and heading back to her car. Out of nowhere, this psychotic cunt comes charging up to my grandmother in the parking lot and starts screaming about how she was abusing me, was going to call the cops on her, etc. My grandmother goes absolute apeshit on this harpy, screeching that if she didn't fuck off she'd give her a good reason to call the cops. The woman sputtered some kind of nonsense in reply before storming off in a huff. My grandmother has never, even to this day, laid a hand on me. This was a woman who bent over backwards to help me get the resources and therapy I needed when I was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome at age 8. The fact that some crazy fuckwit accused her of abusing me still confounds me to this day. We had a squirrel problem at my house last summer. The squirrels climb a house and went through a hole in the roof into the unfurnished attic. We hired an exterminator to get rid of the squirrels, and he was legit with permits and everything. The guy sets up traps on our roof and we go out for the day. When we come home, we notice the cage is not on the roof. We are family friends with the alderman, who lives a few houses down, and we see she has left a message. Apparently the squirrel was caught, and a woman saw it and called the police because she was worried it would die. They made a ridiculous fanfare and had a fire truck come and take down the cage and release the squirrel when we were gone. Of course, we were in our rights to capture the squirrel, and the squirrel was just going to be killed anyway. It couldn't have been in the cage for more than 2 hours, so this situation baffles me. Hope this isn't dead, but this happened to me today. I live in a pretty bad area, and today I was on the phone to my hysterical sister walking my small chihuahua in Darksea. I walk out of my building and pass a coffee shop connected to it. My pups stopped as military as I continue to talk to my sister. Sitting outside the coffee shop is a older man who used to be super nice, but in the last month has become mean. He used to always ask how I was blah blah, but now just ignores me or makes snide remarks. Well, today my pup stop and has sitting outside. I notice him, but think nothing of it. Well, he turns to another man sitting at another table and says, "Hey, watch this." He follows that with, "Wow, look at this stupid beach talking on her cell phone with her two yappy sheet covered dogs without a care in the world." I tell my sister to hold on and turn around. I ask him if he has a problem and to stop harassing me and leave me alone. He mutters something under his breath as I walk away. This is the third time this has happened with this guy. I went home later and called my father telling him what happened. My dad took me to dinner and then walked me home. As we were standing outside smoking a cigarette, the old guy slinks into the building and I point him out to my dad. We go in and someone was holding the elevator that he was in. I enter the elevator with my father and the guy pushes himself in a corner. The second the doors close, my dad turns to him and says, "This is my daughter and I love her. If I hear about you harassing my little girl ever again, I'm coming to your door. Leave her alone." The guy kept muttering we had the wrong person and threatened to call the cops. My father handed him his cell phone and said, "Go for it." The guy gave the phone back and ran off the elevator. I love my dad. TLD, a man constantly harassing me in my building gets shut down by my father in a chance encounter. I have a story. I was out with my uncle and my baby cousin, who was in a playground and climbing a steel structure. Suddenly, an old woman starts her little bit of justice and tries to tell my uncle that he is being irresponsible or something. My uncle sees her coming and simply tells me, "Watch this." The woman starts by saying, "You should be Asher," and I can only assume that she was going to make a rant about letting the kid climb because my uncle interrupted her by yelling, "Get away from my child, you pedophile," in the most serious, "I'm defending my family" from a monster voice I've ever heard. People turned. They were looking at the old lady. She had a face like she had been played. She said, "You'll see, I'll call protective services," and then she made the mistake of her life, trying to grab the child to take him down. People started strolling towards the whole mess when my uncle simply says, "I think it'd be better if you leave." She did. This never happened. Oh, how I wish. The only story I have is of myself. It was winter, snow on the ground. I spotted a dog wandering my neighborhood. Note, I only recently moved in at this point. Being the nice guy that I am, I try to pick it up as I don't want it getting hit by a car. Takes a while, but I'm finally able to corral it into a yard that has another dog in a large kennel. Using the leash from the other dog, I attached it to the beagle I've been following and got it into my car. There were no tags on the dog and one of his legs looked like it was injured. Called animal care and control and got a location to bring the dog to. I'm on my way back home, but I decided to stop off at the house I got the leash from to return it, and I see that someone is home. So I'll let the guy know what I did in case he was wondering why the leash was gone. He promptly let me know that the beagle was his dog and that he gets out all of the time but always comes back. Suffice to say that I felt a bit foolish. However, thinking back, I probably would have done it again as I haven't seen that dog wandering around since. TLDR, rescued a dog from his own home. I had a similar incident. I have lived in Florida for 30 years, so I know when I can and when I can't take the dogs with me. When I'm doing errands, I stopped at a Home Depot 158° F February morning, leaving the 3 dogs in the car with the 4 windows halfway down and the roof open. As it happened, I had been to the store alone the previous night scouting out exactly what I wanted to buy, so I had no reason to be there long that morning. When I got back to the car 15 minutes later, there were 2 women who verbally attacked me, saying they had just called the police, that the guy in the garden department told them the car had been there for at least 45 minutes. I asked them, were they insane? It's 58 degrees out. The dogs were in no danger. They responded by telling me that it was against the law in Florida to leave an animal unattended in a car, no matter what the temperature. No sense in continuing to argue with them, so I left, telling them to get a life. Got home, thought about their preposterous claim about this law, and called the County Humane Society to find out if they were crazy or I was. Immediately the woman on the phone says, "Oh yes, that's right," but sympathizes with me, since it obviously was not a dangerous situation. I finally called the sheriff's office, where I was advised there was indeed no such law, just a law about leaving pets in dangerous situations such as in high temperatures. We had an orca named Licorice, and we'd tow her behind us in a big glass travel tank whenever we drive down to the supermarket, or maybe down to Target, or to Walmart on shopping trips. In parking lots people would whoop at the side of her tank with the palms of their hands, hoping to get a rise out of her. Then they would run some distance away, finally stopping, their hands on their knees, catching their breath while looking back. Whenever I'd ask Licorice if she was bothered by that sort of thing, she'd shake her head. Sometimes she'd blush, but still, she would always shake her head. One Halloween we put a hot pink pirate hat and an eye patch on Licorice, a costume she fully appreciated, incidentally getting a kick out of the nautical reference, etc., and we drove off to a house party a little south of downtown Des Moines. On the way, drivers would notice Licorice's costume and shout things like, "Looking good. Wow." Or "You go, girl." Again, some blushes. I felt for her the comments were mostly pretty lame. When we got there the DJ already had the crowd going. The loud bass speakers were actually vibrating the glass of Licorice's tank. After a few minutes had passed, some sharp dude decides to stroll over and asks me if Licorice would like to dance with him. I'm thinking he means he wants to dance beside her tank, and I'd have no problem with that at all, but he seriously really wanted her out on the floor with him. And now, I told him no way, shove off, step off, indicating to him that the party was over there. So he backed away with a small smirk, soon catching up with the girl and putting his arm around her waist. The girl laughed, glanced back our way. I looked up at Licorice and noticed she'd had her head raised above the tank rim and had been watching all of this. From her patchless eye, I saw one big salty tear roll slowly down her cheek, down, into the tank. I felt bad for a variety of reasons, but still, you do have to shelter them, you know, orcas, or at least you always want to. They'll never know nearly enough about the world. I was at a laundromat with my cousin one time. We were waiting for the clothes to dry and got really bored and started goofing off. I'm 22 but has 14, but we have very similar personality and I'm kinda his role model. Anyway, there was these dryers that had the front taken off, indicating they were out of order. Joking around I asked how funny would it be if I put you in here. Continuing the joke, he put his arms in and I pretended to pick him up. Other people were laughing, but not this one old broad. She started screaming that I was a moron. Not taking that, I retorted on how she should mind her own business and how she was a stupid bitch for thinking of me like that. I continued to point these facts out to her in as colorful a way that could cross my mind. She told me she was calling the cops. She walked outside and was on the phone for 45 seconds before sighing, hanging up, and walking back inside. I realized that she must have felt stupid and had nothing to go on, so I began insulting her left and right from the other side of the laundromat. No other patrons stopped me. By the time she left, I think the stupid beach counter was somewhere in the high 100s TLDR. Goofing off with my cousin made some lady rage out on us, which made me rage out on her and made her a sad panda. It sounds like you're smart and that you know your dog very well. However, there are lots of people that don't and leave their dogs in cars. It doesn't take much to fry their brains. Her first instinct was to protect your dog, and for that you should have been grateful, IMHO. Let's say that for whatever reason, you were not able to get back in 30 minutes. It has been known to happen that plans go awry. It is exactly this type of busybody that would step up to save your dog. Instead of asking her what she thought she was doing, which even just written out sounds adversarial, I think you should have realized what she was doing and then explained to her that your dog was okay. Maybe even taken it out and introduced her. Now, I wasn't there, so it's possible that she lost her temper and felt attacked for trying to help your dog. But as a responsible dog owner, perhaps you could have taken steps, a note in the window perhaps, a calm explanation perhaps, to calm her fears that, while luckily it was only 60 degrees outside, that you're not the type that would do the same thing on a 90-degree day. Because for all that psycho knows, you would leave that poor little blind dog in a hot car for 30 minutes. 60 degrees. Yes, your car heats up faster. To a stranger, if they stood around for 30 minutes and you still hadn't come back, I would call the police. This summer alone, that time frame in 55 degree or plus with sun shining has caused dogs to suffocate and die. It's not a joke or something to be like that beach is crazy about. She cared. That's it. Some people care too much and go overboard, so she was worried. Point, leave the dog in the house. Maybe that's the moral to the story. Blind dogs require special treatment, but can also be left in care. It's better than hot car. Seriously. I wouldn't have tried to break into your car, but I would have simply photographed your car, your dog, license plate, and notified animal control. You would deal with the consequences, not me. Point, I saw a lady and her daughter at Chipotle 2 weeks ago. They left their large husky mix in the backseat. It was 87 degrees out. She cracked the window. My friend and I were eating lunch. They came in, ordered, and I thought they were grabbing to go. No, they went outside and sat. I watched the dog for 15 minutes, and it started to pour at front seat and pant. I went to get tray of water, but first went to manager and photographed. We attempted to speak with the lady and her daughter before they ran to car and left. Point, I saw them 20 minutes later parked outside our office building. Dog still in car, panting even heavier. This beach should not have a dog. My friend was so embarrassed and said I was crazy for caring. No, I don't think so. I lost my 15-year-old husky mix to kidney failure 4 months ago and cared for her into old age. If you care about an animal, you will know the systems of heat exhaustion or even cold point, and you don't know how the dog feels. You aren't the faking dog, so stop thinking they'll be fine. Police K9 units are the worst offenders, leaving dogs in back of squad cars and they die. Leave the air conditioner on if you're longer than 10 minutes. Hey, fuck you guys. I actually helped save a dog once. Was hiking a mountain with my friends, at the top of a cliff face looking into the valley below. I saw this dog come running into the valley through thorn bushes and branches, yelping a little bit. Hollered at the dog and caught its attention. It came running to the foot of the cliff, climbing over rocks to get closer to us. I was like, yo, this faking dog is lost for sure. So we climbed down the cliff face. It was only like 80 feet maybe, and met up with the pooch. Called the number on the collar. Man answered and said my girlfriend has been looking for Connor for an hour. Gave me that slut's number, and we met her on the mountain. Connor was so awesome. Such a chill dog. When we met up with the lady, she had 2 other dogs with her. Guess Connor just ran off and lost track of them and got lost. Point, people always bring their dogs on the mountain without leashes, and I think it's fine. I plan on bringing my pup up there soon without a leash as well.